Good evening. Welcome to your City Council meeting. I apologize, we were 3 minutes late. We will proceed from where we last stopped at our last workshop, which will be a discussion of the Airport Commission. Oh, great slide pusher. We didn't have anything else. Anything else in front of us. Oops. Error, rewind. Don't we have to have a roll call? We have to have a roll call. Thank you for not yelling at me.
Council Agency Member Martner.
Donna.
Council Agency Member Costa.
Present.
Council Agency Member Starbuck.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Lingle.
Here.
Mayor Chair Lynn.
Here. Okay, now backing up and regrouping, we have an opportunity for oral communications. If there's any one of the 2, 4, 6, 8 of you who would like to speak to our audience at home, seeing no one rise, we'll dispense with, yes, come. By all means, step right up to the podium.
Is it okay if I speak about Charlotte's Web?
You may speak on any subject you would like.
Oh, well, in that case.
7 years ago.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I moved in across the street from the place where they're going to be putting Charlotte's Web. I cannot wait. It's been 6.5 years, and I haven't seen much being done about getting it built, but I'd like to offer my help in any way I can in order to do this. I just wanted to say that a lot of people in the neighborhood are waiting with bated breath for this project to go ahead. So you'll let me know if there's anything we can do. You have my number. You have my address.
$2.5 million.
Well, if I had the money, I would give you the building, but I can't do that. But I can help. Thank you.
We appreciate that. And the nice young lady all the way in the back on the right is Molly Gerald, our library director, who I know would love to talk to you. Okay. And now we're back to the Airport Commission. Sort of. We're looking for it. It's in there somewhere. Ta-da! Okay. Perfect. And the discussion here is a regard to whether or not the positions on the Airport Commission, which are currently selected at large, would be selected by the council individually, by individual council members. And then the other issue is kind of whether we wanted to include within the Airport Commission those who were not residents of the city. And the thought there, recalling the person that first brought this to my attention, along with many others, was that many of the people who utilize the airport and are part of the fabric of it, as if you will, do not live within the city limits and would love to serve on it but are not able to. So, who would like to have a little discussion of that first? Councilman Lingle wins the race to the button.
I guess I'd like to know, at one time we had, I believe, people from outside the city limits on the airport board. Is that correct? Okay. Does anyone know why we changed that only citizens of Lompoc could be on board?
I will tell you what I have been told, and then perhaps we could ask the city administrator to chime in on this. At one point, the decision was made with regard to this commission and all of the others, I think with the exception of the Youth Commission, that it would be only city residents, and from what I'm told, it was a philosophical decision. And city administrator, if I'm incorrect or you know some more, please chime in.
I think that's a correct statement, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I guess the only other comment I would have then is there any concerns about people outside the city limits, and first of all, I'm not opposed to this, I think it's a good idea, but is there any concern of people outside the city limits being able to vote on something and utilizing city funds? So, I mean, I guess that would be a concern of mine.
Okay, let me say that, and again, I'm willing to listen to everybody's discussion on this, and this is just something that was brought up to me. The airport is self-sufficient, and the funds that they raise, they spend, and when they get an FAA grant, they use money they raise to do matching, and I don't believe we've ever put any money in other than at the very beginning when we did some things just to get it off the ground. Councilmember Martiner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am in principle against having people from outside the city limits to be in decision-making situations where they will be talking about city funds. And the reason for that being is we do have city limits, we do have a city budget, and it is the people within that jurisdiction that should be making decisions. I have no problems with having people on other commissions on an advisory type of a situation where they can express their opinions and their views on something like the airport or economic development or businesses at large and that kind of thing. The airport is probably our most successful business within the city. It certainly has not needed any subsidy for a long time. So I am encouraged by that, and I hope it doesn't change. But that doesn't mean that it may not change at one point in time, unfortunately, so we never know. So I wonder if we could put, two members at large that would be on an advisory role, but would not be part of the vote when there is finances regarding city issues going on. So if that means that we can move the airport commission into 5 members and 2 advisory members that are from outside of the city limits, I'll be very much open to that, because it is important to hear their views, I think. So they should be participant on that. But nevertheless, in principle, I have difficulties with having, residents that are not part of the city limits making decisions regarding our budget.
Councilmember Martiner, if I could ask, so what I think I hear you saying is that with regard to decisions that don't affect the finances of the airport, that are more, I guess I might characterize them as administrative in nature, that policy, there you go, policy is a better word, that they would be a voting member, if you will, with regard to that, but with things that involve money, it would be the other way around. Is that what I kind of hear you saying?
Yes.
Okay. That sounds really good to me, and I yeah.
I'm sorry, I was just saying, I'm not sure how we'd always be sure which one's which, and when we have 7 votes and when we only have 5 votes. So some further discussion or help with knowing when you'd want the 7 and when you'd only want the 5.
What I hear Councilmember Martiner saying, and I'm sensitive to it, is that if the vote involved a decision spending or allocating funds, budgeting for creating the airport budget because they do their own, that they would not be included in that vote. Does that get you anywhere? You can offer a wording.
There's probably very few things that a board does that's not going to have some impact on revenue. So
substantial impact, I guess, would be the word, because everything is tied to something else in some distance. Okay, let's go on to Councilmember Starbuck, who I've been ignoring.
Why don't we ask the Airport Commission?
Okay, Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Marilyn. I think that getting their thought and their input, if cohesive enough, would be good enough to, I guess, change others' votes. So I think that it's easy, not necessarily easier, but there's more clarification if you have a classification of voting members and non-voting members, and just kind of have that across the board.
Okey-doke. Councilmember Lingle?
You know, earlier I said that I was not necessarily opposed to it, and I'm still not opposed to it. But Councilmember Martiner brought up a very good point. It's probably one of our only successful businesses, if you take it, in the city. And there's a saying that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, maybe we shouldn't even be discussing this. We've got a successful airport. It's run very efficiently. If there was a reason for us to look at changing it, and I have talked to some people outside the city that would love to be on the commission, but you know what? It's running well, and I'm thinking we should just let it go until there's not until there's a problem. As long as there's not a problem, let it go. So.
Well, maybe I want to be slightly more proactive in that and make, if that's kind of where we're going, maybe we could just make them 2 ex officio members, which is I think it's fairly well understood what an ex officio member does. Is that yeah. And that might address both halves of the problem. Councilmember Martiner?
Well, Councilmember Lingo brought up a really good point. You know, it's the best thing we have going right now, so why change it? As far as committees and commissions and making money and not being, you know, a burden in the subsidy. So maybe we should leave it like it is.
Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Marilyn, and I definitely agree that, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I understand that concept, but for me, I don't think we're necessarily changing the structure by any means. And I think adding 1 or 2 individuals outside of the city limits is really just getting more public input and public activity. So for me, I really see that as a positive. So because the structure essentially is staying the same, I don't know that it would even have the power to affect the airport in a negative manner.
Okay, are we ready to flip the proverbial coin on this?
What is the motion?
Well, I guess it's not a motion because this is just a discussion, but the thought would be that we would include 2 ex officio members appointed at large who would be residents from outside the city.
These are non-voting members?
Ex officio is non-voting. It's advisory. Councilmember Starbuck.
I'm going to attend the Airport Commission meeting on the 3rd. If it's something you'd like, I could ask them what their input would be on this.
I'm looking for nods up and down or left to right.
I mean, I'm not sure if they're aware, you know, they're a very effective commission right now, and I mean, if it's something that affects them, then maybe we ought to get some of their input on it.
I hereby move that we appoint Councilmember Starbuck as a ad hoc committee of 1 to research this and bring it back to us.
I'm just going to be yes or no with them.
Yes, absolutely. Everybody good with that? Okay, moving right along. Next we have, and this was Councilmember Martiner's submission about once and for all fix the planning and building issue, but I think we might have already fixed that along the way. Is there a point left, or is there a part left of your discussion you would like to have at this time, Councilmember Martiner?
No, I'm waiting on the basically the single-purpose committee to come up with the recommendations and hopefully the quantitative side that I was looking for. So I'll leave it at that right now.
Okie doke.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I have a slide that says, shall the city administrator amend the handbook to reflect that each appointee is selected by the council member and appointee's term of office run with the council member? Did we take an action on that?
We kind of just decided we liked it the way it was.
Okay.
Or until Councilmember Starbuck comes back and tells us to the contrary. If he makes it out alive, okay. I guess I would have to move that we buy Councilmember Starbuck a modicum of life insurance so that his widow would be taken care of. I don't think it's going to be that. Okay, the next one is, again, Councilmember Martiner, improve Lompoc's image. And I don't know if we've gotten, we may have covered that in some of the other things along the way, but is there a part of it that you would like to address now?
No, I mean, this is kind of out of place right now here,
Yeah.
talking about this. I think we're kind of dealing with more specifics. You know, it's been said, it will continue to be said for a long time that we do have an image problem and how we fix it. I hope economic development will deal with that problem.
I agree with Councilmember Martner about this, and I'm wondering if the council would be comfortable with assigning this as one of the responsibilities of the Economic Development Committee, because I don't want it to fall through the cracks. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mayor Lynn. I believe that there are multiple facets into improving Lompoc's image, but I think that Councilmember Starbuck and I are focusing on the community vision process and hoping that that is the first step in altering the image of residents within the city and also businesses and individuals outside of the city as well. So that's the first step that we've taken as an ad hoc committee that we're working on. But if there's anything beyond that, I'm open for discussion.
Councilmember Lingle.
I've said it before, and I'll state again here, that I believe one of the most important and least expensive ways we can improve our image is having a strong code enforcement for the city. I know we've talked about it before, we're going to talk about it again, but staying strong on code enforcement, making sure that our streets and our properties are kept up. Inexpensive, and probably the one thing that people driving up and down the streets see all the time. So I'd say just keep a strong code enforcement team will address this problem. Won't cure a problem, but it'll address it.
Okay, Councilmember Martner.
Well, now that we got talking on the subject, yes, code enforcement is number one. I'd like to hear about the vision. When are we going to get an update on that?
Buellton is currently going through a community visioning process, and so I want to be in talks with them when they have had their process completed to see if the money that they invested and the time was worth the process that they went through. And Dirk and I are both coming up with our own separate visions, and then we're going to come together and then hopefully figure out an effective process to include the community and the stakeholders of our town to figure out what our vision is for the city. That's sort of the process. We don't have any hard deadlines with that.
Okay. The next point to be made regarding this is, again, one other thing that we had is, of course, our website. A very fast way to improve the image is to have a more professional-looking website with a lot more positive information on it. So I also would like to get an update on the website. There were some suggestions given. Staff has not come back to us. Could we actually get a deadline as to when are we going to get an update on the website improvement?
City Administrator.
Our Community Development Director updated you that we are currently working, and there are some matters that we will be bringing to you in the near future.
Could we get a deadline? I think we got to start putting deadlines to all of these things. A month, 2 months? When is this update going to come up to the council?
If it's your pleasure, we can put this on the agenda soon, and next meeting or two.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, now, is there anything else on that subject? Seeing no lights on, we'll move on to Councilmember Starbuck. And Councilmember, why don't you pick off the things on here that we haven't done yet and just tell me where we want to go.
Well, most of these are just single little line things that really wouldn't require, I don't think, a whole lot of discussion, but these were my ideas when we first decided we were going to hold these workshops. And to me, it was very important that when we have an agenda, whatever's on the agenda, the public shows up here for that item on the agenda. At 10:30 at night, we don't want to tell them, well, we're not going to get to that item on the agenda. It's disrespectful and it's wrong. And so I'd like to ensure that when we put our agendas out, that it's something we can accomplish in that meeting so that we never have to have somebody come back the following meeting to accomplish it, and it does happen. And so if it's something that we know is going to go on and it's going to take the full meeting, then, let's just schedule that for that meeting. I feel that it's very important for notification that longer scheduling of agendas is very important. Rather than Friday afternoon, maybe we can get into our 11-day budget, or not budget, but scheduling, so that there's a lot of notice out on what we're going to be discussing. It allows people to get together their thoughts for that meeting. One of the things that I'd like to include as a change is we're in the budget review right now. And I feel that our commissions, these are people that we've appointed to represent us, and they represent the citizens. And I think that it would be maybe very good if we included our Parks and Rec Commission in the Parks and Rec review of the budget, public safety and the public safety aspect of the budget. It certainly couldn't hurt. It would open it up, and it will get our commissions more involved in what we're doing with the budget here.
Okay, hold on. I think we haven't really even touched on that in any of our discussions. So let's stop there for a second and see who would like to chime in on that particular item on having commissions involved in the budget review of their appropriate department. Councilmember Martin.
Well, the way I understand this, how it happened 2 years ago, the labor side of it is all in closed sessions. And at one point in time, there might have been a department head invited at one point in time to that specific session to explain something, or rather regarding operations. The rest of the budget process is done in a public forum with the public. The commissions certainly should show up if they care. I've never seen them before, but they are certainly welcome to speak, and perhaps they could even be given more time to speak as opposed to just the 3-minute or 5-minute thing. But we do the budget revision in a public forum.
I'm just going to make a quick statement. I don't feel that our commissions have ever felt included or invited to participate in the budget. And that's why I listed it here, was just, I'm sure that if we asked Public Safety Commission to come review the public safety budget during the public forum with us, that we would probably have all 5 of them here.
Councilmember Lingle.
Well, I agree with Councilmember Martin. They're always invited, and I believe in the past the members of the commissions have been. I know the Public Safety Commission at the past budget hearings, they were here and talked about their issues, but it's not a bad idea to just make a special invitation for the budget hearing, saying that if you have something you'd like to advise us on, show up. Maybe they don't have to do a full-blown presentation, but certainly show up and talk about their issues. I would have no problem with that.
Mr. Mayor, just as a technicality, if a quorum of the commission come and speak, then we're going to need to notice that session as a commission meeting as well.
Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry. When I had mentioned that in the past, 1 or 2 of them had come and spoken. I'm sorry. That's what I meant. Is the entire commission did not come. They had their meeting ahead of time, came and spoke to us about their issues, and I think that's again what they should be doing. So.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Martiner.
So perhaps a good process here would be to request to each commission that they discuss this budget and what their proposal is, and bring it to the council. And, have one spokesman from each of the commissions, bring it up to the council when Parks and Rec is being discussed, that commission representative can present the view of the commission. How about that? There we go.
I see everyone nodding up and down. Okay. City Administrator, do you have enough direction with regard to that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Starbuck, if
Okay, I'm going to move past the city's website and go right into charging at the dump. The cycle continues in Lompoc, I feel. Some people say we've always charged at the dump. I've gone up there, I've never paid when I went and recycled. It always happens. Whenever we charge at the dump, Harris Grade, the Riverbed, Central Avenue, and Floridale become the new dumps. Dumpsters in the alleys are full. We quit charging at the dump. People trim their yards and clean. I think this is something that council, we don't want to make a decision on it tonight, but I'd certainly like to look into it. It happens every few years. Charge, town gets ugly. Quit charging, cleans up. Dumping illegally happens. I don't know if we have to pay to go into the dump or we're going to have to pay to clean up the alleys. So just something that I just wanted to put it out there. I don't think we should charge for recycles at the dump.
Councilmember Lingle.
This is tongue-in-cheek, but just for clarification, are we talking about our landfill?
That landfill.
Thank you.
Were you speaking of the Lompoc sanitary landfill or a different landfill? Sorry. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mary Lynn. I would just like to support Councilmember Starbuck's position on that. That's definitely something I hear from the public, a large complaint. Now, of course, nobody likes to pay for any services, and we understand that it's tough to have to pay for these things. But I think especially for those who are very concerned with code enforcement and the idea of cleaning up the streets and cleaning up the image, this is, again, I agree that it's a cyclical thing and would like to actually see information, or additional information on to validate that as true, and so we can make an informed decision on that. Thank you.
No, go ahead. I was getting ready to move on.
Okay.
Councilmember Lingle.
I would have no problem bringing this back. Councilmember Martin and I were on the commission when this was brought to us before, and just as long as everyone realizes that the landfill has been losing money, and the whole intention of this was to make it self-sufficient. So if we're at the point now where it's actually costing us more money because we're charging, it's worth taking another look at and seeing if we're sort of short-sighted in the charges. So I'd agree to bring it back to the council for another presentation.
Okay. We seem to be unanimous on that. Would you mind skipping the next one until a little further down?
I'm not allowed to talk about it anyhow.
Okay, then we won't talk about it.
What about the previous things?
Which one?
Are we not going to discuss these things?
Mr. Mayor, I believe our city administrator had a comment on the landfill.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just requesting clarification. Just you would like a briefing just on that one fee, the recycle?
I think the issue would be that fee as it impacts other fees, perhaps, because there's going to have to be a review of the alternate possibilities, perhaps. We could take what we did a year ago and bring it back and look at the same thing without maybe having to generate a whole new report, just for a discussion.
As it relates to the
Recycle, or the
landfill.
recycle and the green waste fees. Councilmember Martiner.
Well, as I understand, the whole discussion had to do with the, how do we operate all of this and how do we pay? So you can't just pick up one isolate, in an isolated thing. You got to bring the whole budget back of how that operation is being run. All of it, yeah. Okay.
Can I say something?
There you go. There is some question or some comment from.
Yes. I'd like to give you a couple facts. First of all, we spent a lot of time and a lot of work to set the landfill fees up and the solid waste collection fees up so that that account would, at the end of the next 2 years, have a reserve that was adequate for it. As you know, All kinds of greenhouse gas rules are coming, and they're coming strong. We're going to spend $1 million up there putting in a gas collection system in a few years. We need to have a reserve. Now, with that said, there's a couple facts that I'd like to give you. What we're charging for up there, essentially, when you say recyclables, are the green waste, the yard clippings and the trees. What you see dumped in the alleys isn't that. It's mattresses and beds. So charging for green waste, I don't think, cleans up the alleys. All right. Secondly, these rates went into effect July of 2010. July to December 2010, we had 2,502 tons of green waste placed at the landfill. A year before, July to December 2009, we had 2,870 tons, a little under 400 tons difference, very close to the same in the same 6-month period. The good news is the vehicle reduction was 35%. That means that people are saving it up and bringing it to landfill in a packed tighter truck, fewer trips. They're not just coming up there with a few branches, they're loading their trucks. The other good news is in 2009, we collected around $7,000 for the recyclables, green waste. This past year, we collected $45,000. We went a long ways to reducing the deficit at the landfill. I would ask you to leave these fees in place until we've gone through the whole next 2 years and see where we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps what you could do then, it would be to bring back the original study and bring back the supplemental information that you have, that you just quoted, and I'm sure there's a bit more, and that could come as a just a brief report to council that we could look at and decide where we're going to go. Everybody good with that? Okay.
No, I want to say something real quick.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to read on to the next item.
No, I just turned it on.
Sorry.
You know, I could also interpret that in the fact that possibly people are doing green waste, running up and down the alley, cramming it into their neighbors and wearing out our trucks also. So, like I say, I'd be very curious to see how that goes.
Okay. Well, we'll get some information on that. And now we're going to talk about... I'm sorry, Councilmember Martin, did you want to go back to the first two items that Councilmember Starbuck or Councilmember Costa? Did you want to go back to those first two items?
Are we trying to get consensus on those?
I think we've kind of solved that in the decisions that we've made previously. Yeah, the 11-day agenda kind of got one of them, and then I think we've just worked, the city administrator and I, with regard to being certain that what we put on the agenda we were able to finish in a day, although occasionally a little longer than we might have liked. And that we took a lot of care with regard to, say, the Walmart hearing, because we knew that was very time consuming to not put other things on it so we could get through the entire agenda. But I'm certainly willing to take testimony. And I'm sorry, I don't know which one of you is first.
Go ahead, you had it.
Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate City Administrator and your efforts in this, but I think that if we are going to somehow limit this, there needs to be a standardized way of doing it. And although I know it is case by case in the sense that if it is going to be a longer item, we need to limit the total amount of items. But I think on the previous agenda, when we had 18 items, and most of them are supposed to be routine, as we all know with this council, things aren't too routine. We like to talk and ask a lot of questions. So I'm going to agree that we need to figure out a way to not postpone issues. I think shorter agendas, not necessarily meaning shorter meetings, but just ensuring that, we close the chapter on those at the end of that meeting. And we don't go until midnight, 1 in the morning, because that is a large complaint that I've been having from the public. Thank you.
Councilmember Martner.
These are really difficult problems to solve. We have a council that asks a lot of questions, and we do have, particularly in the past, have very, very critical issues that have drawn a lot of public attention, Walmart being the last one. and we did have to postpone meetings and then go and make a decision at midnight. And that is what has created this problem and this perception that we end up making the most critical decisions that affect the public at midnight. And I really think we got to stop doing that. I mean, we've got to. If it means that it needs to go in the very front of the agenda, so be it. And perhaps the presentations, the awards, the proclamations go at the end. If there is an important issue, people leave these chambers after 9 o'clock. They go home. And they're here to hear what they want to hear. I'm sure that we have had several members that just have walked into these chambers, and I'm sure they came here for one thing that is probably in like one of the last slides, which means that it's going to be about 10 o'clock tonight, and I'm sure none of you are going to be happy about it. But that's kind of how it tends to go. So we need to change it. And I guess the city administrator, legal, and the mayor agendize things, right? What goes on first, what goes on second.
Okay, we did agree previously that we would take staff presentations for council, and those would appear on the agenda after the public hearing items, and that will happen as soon as we have our approval of the changes that we agreed to, and the city attorney was kind of waiting for the things that came out of tonight, and I think is actually prepared with all of the rest of them. So that item would be changed based on what we decided before. And those items which are unique to the council and not necessarily maybe of quite as much interest to the public would be at the end of the agenda, and then if we had to continue an item, it would be an item that was there at our benefit, not necessarily at the public's benefit.
Now, my second comment is regarding this 11-day agenda. You know, I think that's really nice, but really, on one hand, we're talking about we need to have all the information, we need to have the public study this information so they can provide, you know, educated comments. And on the other hand, we want things to happen faster. We do want to move along this slow government, but if we're going to have to do these 11-day agendas, there's a lot of stuff that is just not going to come up, and it's going to take a long time to come up. I mean, we're asking for two very different things, and we keep doing this. We're going in two opposites. We're trying to please too much on everything. And at one point in time, we have to make a decision, you know, like the budget. I think there is no way that you can prepare a budget with an 11-day package in advance. There's just no way. And then who in the public is going to go through all of that and 11 days later come and give a comment? And by those 11 days, lots of things would have happened that have changed. So again, I think we're, in theory, it's a good idea, but in practice, I think it's going to slow us down big time. So I would like to kind of reconsider that one.
Okay, Councilmember Lingle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, we may want to consider, I know at SBCAG meetings, at County Board of Supervisors meetings, on the agenda it lists the time the item is going to be addressed. Now, this is going to take some jockeying around, and we may have to play with it a little bit, but if, say, these people out here are for one item, but they know we're not going to get to that item until 9 o'clock, maybe they sit home and watch, what are they watching at this time, Oprah or something like that, until 9 o'clock. And I would suggest then, as we're getting used to this, if we decide to go this way, we have several items with no time that we use as filler in case we have one item that we anticipated lasting an hour and only lasts 30 minutes, then we use some of the filler. And the people know that this item is going to, could be any time during that. But let people know when it's going to be instead of for them sitting around the entire time. So, it's just a suggestion.
Councilmember Starbuck.
You know, I'd kind of like to mention at the last workshop, we decided we were going to go ahead and do a 365-day master calendar of standard routine things that come up. So we would have 3 meetings prior to the deadline to discuss these. it can't be that hard. We knew Walmart was coming. We have a future projection in our council books that tells us what's coming out all the way into May as it's becoming available. When Walmart was coming, it was very simple to say, let's not review the transit center on the night we're going to do Walmart. I mean, we know what's going to be a big issue. We know what's not. I don't feel that going out 11 days on an agenda so it gives us time to do some homework and research on these is all that difficult. It's just planning.
Well, personally, I'm happy with the decisions we made in the past, and as your chairman, I will work very diligently with the city administrator to be certain that we don't overload the agenda. Occasionally, we will have something of the magnitude of Walmart where you cannot begin to estimate how many people will testify and the amount of discussion involved, and I apologize for that in advance, but I believe that moving our council requests to the end of the meeting will give us a little more latitude. It's easy to continue those items, and it doesn't affect the public. It's something we've asked for. We're not actually making a decision. So, City Administrator.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I respectfully request that you do consider Councilmember Martner's expression of the difficulty that the budget process will be, and I would ask that that process and the agendas for those meetings will be exempt from this 11-day.
Oh, okey-doke. I hear lots of yeses for that, so that's fine. Thank you. Yep. Moving right along.
Okay. Next thing that I had down was with our trades in Lompoc at a 30% unemployment, Lompoc's leading unemployment at 16. When we allow a public contract, there should be a way that we could allow a predetermined percentage over the bid so we could hire local. I don't know the legalities on this. I don't know what we could do, but I would much rather see local people work at a prevailing wage that's Lompoc instead of bringing people from the middle of the desert in Nevada to come here and do work when we have our own local people that would, I mean, there's got to be something we could do to bring our own trades up here. And if it was a 5% overbid for local hire or something, that's the whole point I wanted to make with this. I don't really have any answers for it, but I'd like to really look at it.
City Attorney, I'd love for you to speak on that subject.
Through the mayor, the current state of the law in regard to the ability to make preferences for bidding is pretty limited. We can write in attempts and good faith efforts to bring Lompoc businesses in as part of the bid package or part of the group of bidders for particular bids. And in fact, the mayor has, I don't know if it's going to be on tonight's agenda or in the future, has brought something to my attention that the college has done. And I think that's a mechanism or a process that meets the legal requirements, but it won't have that same effect that you're looking for, but I don't know that we can go further than that.
Councilmember Costa.
Would you mind speaking to that before I chime in? Because I'm just curious if that is a solution.
I'm looking to see if it was on here, and I don't believe it was. What the city attorney is speaking about, and I can just raise the issue now because we're kind of in this area. A long time ago, I think somebody from the electricians union gave probably every one of us what they call the local labor agreement, and it was fairly lengthy, and it was untested. And then subsequently, when I met with the folks at Allen Hancock College, they said, hey, we're doing this local labor agreement, and our law department has gone in and done quite a bit of work on it. And I said, oh, will you send me a copy? And they did, and I gave it to the city attorney. And what it basically says, and you can correct me if I paraphrase it wrong, but that the contractor, that anyone who engages in a city contract will make a reasonable effort to hire at least 70% of the workforce locally, and there's a little more to it, but that's pretty much what it boils down to. Would you say that was a fair representation? Your nod does not record on your microphone. You have to speak.
Yes, that was a fair representation.
Thank you. Councilmember Costa. And I'm sorry. With regard to what you said earlier about a language that requires them to make a good faith effort to include local, was it subcontractors or vendors or or both?
That's the same thing you were saying. We were saying the same thing in different words.
Okay. All right. And that's fairly commonly done in a lot of places and has withstood legal challenges.
I don't know how common it is, but it's legally acceptable. I don't know how common it is.
Okay. Legally acceptable and has withstood challenges. Okay. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mayor Lynn. I'm glad that you continue that conversation because that does correlate to what I wanted to mention, and that was in speaking with Director Ron Stassi actually about this issue in particular. He mentioned that tended to be the process where you would hire an outside company and they would have upper management, maybe upwards of 5 people coming in, and then they would be hiring and renting out more locally. Now, I don't know if it's directly within the 93436, but you don't want to tow a tractor all the way from Nevada or Arizona, so you're definitely going to rent that local. But what I would like to see is that if we can figure out, if it's possible, I don't know if it's possible to quantify really, not necessarily per contract, but how often this happens, and if it does happen less than what satisfies us, then we can try to take the next step and make that percentage, because I think that essentially does deal with the issue in a legally appropriate manner.
Looking at the contracts I've reviewed, there's an issue. Councilmember Starbuck.
No, I'd like to see it included in future contracts, that we could do some type of an incentive for hiring local or verbiage to that.
Okay, so are you comfortable with that, Councilmember Lingle, Councilmember Martiner? So,
Mr. Mayor, may I just, those are two different, in my head, those are two different concepts. The one of requiring a entity to go out and do the good faith efforts to hire local contractors, a contractor to hire local subs. The city, if it wanted to, could, if you will, pay more to hire local subs but giving everyone the opportunity. If you know what I mean? If everyone comes in and they come in, just using numbers, with 10% local force, an incentive could be you could pay more for that. Oh. I'm not suggesting that that's something you'd want to do, because then it ends up costing you more for the project. But that's a different approach than the approach of forcing people to use good faith efforts to try to hire someone.
Is that something that has been done in other places?
Yes.
And in your estimation, is that a successful alternative? And again, I'm asking you just, is it legally successful?
It all depends on how you judge success. It's not successful because the city's paying more. It is successful because there are local contractors who are getting work. So it all depends on how you judge success.
Could I ask you in a general sense to say, is this slightly more expensive or dramatically more expensive in your experience?
It all depends on the incentive, how much of an incentive you want to give. So that would depend on the dollars in the contract, what percentage increase you would give.
I got it. Okay. I'm sorry. Who is next? Councilmember Lane.
Mr. Mayor, it's intriguing, that concept that the city attorney just gave, but at this point, we're financial lives in the city. I don't think I'm willing to agree to pay more for a contract. However, I would like to see something in the bid process that The city attorney, did you say we could not require a contractor to, not an incentive? In other words, can we put in our bid contract that at least 75%, 50% of local contractors are part of the workforce? Can we put that in there?
We can't mandate that they have to hire a certain percentage. We can mandate that they have to show a good faith effort at trying to hire them, but we can't mandate that they hire them.
Okay.
The only way we could mandate that we hire them, and it depends on what the facts show, if we could show that it's more expensive, they did this in San Francisco actually, if we can show that it's more expensive for contractors working here than working somewhere else, then we can give them a break to match that extra cost that they are paying because they're in Lompoc. That's not an easy thing to show. It's not an expensive process to go through to come up with those facts, but that's the only way we could require them to hire or give to hire local contractors.
Mr. Mayor, we have a department that does a contract, and maybe we could request that they come up with some wordage for us that will incentivize contractors to give the city a nice low bid and also utilize as many local contractors as possible. I think we're trying to solve two issues right now. We're trying to promote local employment, which Councilmember Starbuck indicated we have I think you said 16%, it may even be higher than that unemployment, yeah. We'd certainly like to address that, yet the city cannot afford to be spending X% more for contracts. I think we have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we get the least expensive qualified bid. So maybe we can suggest that our contracting department come back with some verbiage for us that may satisfy both scenarios.
Councilmember Martner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'll be more bold than that. I think actually I like the concept of what I would call the best offer, or the best, the best offer. And if we really want to get serious about investing in our community, maybe we do need to pay an extra 10% so our local contractors can be hired. I mean, if we're going to say, nice, try and show us that you really made an effort to hire some local contractors, but that's just hearsay. They can show their best efforts, and they'll find 50 million different reasons why they don't. And since we cannot legally force them to hire 70% of the local contractors or subcontractors or rent or whatever, I think perhaps we need to look into taking a step and saying we are going to give our local people work. And if that's going to cost an additional 10% of our tax dollars, maybe that's what it is. Or maybe if it's not 10%, 7%, whatever. But, provide that and see if it works. So I would be willing to take a look at it, very much so.
Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree with Councilmember Martner that this is definitely something that we need to address, but I would like to find out more information before taking any next steps. Again, I think this is an issue of perception or reality, and this, although unemployment in these trades are much higher, unemployment in trades are higher everywhere. And so I would like to find out the data behind that to make sure that it is a reality that they tend to hire out more than they are hiring local. And we also need to define what we say is local. Thank you.
Okay, so let's try this. Is everybody here comfortable with a local labor ordinance along the lines of what Alan Hancock is doing, which requires a good faith effort to hire locally and delineates that? Everybody okay with that? Yeah, okay. So, City Attorney, if you could bring that back to us, and I think since we have it, it's probably not too big a struggle. And then I hear what everybody's saying on this. Perhaps, I don't know if it would be best assigned to the City Attorney on this second issue with regard to what we would do and what the the other benefit might be, or the public utilities or our public works department. Do you, in any of the other cities you deal with, Mr. Pannoni, do they have a similar program in place?
No.
Okay. So then my question back to Mr. Bean is, out there in the wide world of your experience, do you know someone who might have something like this in place we could lift and bring back for a discussion?
No, I don't, but we could put a question out in the League of California Cities website, and email, and see if anybody does. I assume you're talking along the lines of 7 to 10% incentive for hiring local contractors or workers?
I think we're just looking for ideas more than anything. I mean, that's, would you say that was true? We're looking for alternatives and some ideas that you could bring back to us, or maybe give us a memo on it and we could look at it and kind of formulate an idea. Councilmember Martiner?
Yes, as I understand the base, and contractors in the base use an idea that is called the best offer. It's not the lowest offer, it's what they call the best offer. And if that best offer includes local contractors, they have the option to take it. So they're not bound by the lowest offer.
City Attorney?
We don't have the luxury that the federal government does in terms of making our requirements. We have to do, for public project types of construction, we have to go to the lowest bidder.
I'm ready to move on.
Well, unless we have something like this in place.
Unless we set up a design and build process, which is a much different process.
Yes. Okay, Councilmember Starbuck?
We ready to move on?
Mr. Bean, is that adequate direction for you?
Yes, I think we can take a look at what Mr. Pannoni has, and we'll see if we can find an incentive clause.
Thank you. Councilmember Costa?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just don't want to put the burden on him simply because he happens to be here. So if he could work in conjunction with other departments that contract out, I think that would be the best way of doing things.
His department handles the bulk of the construction contracting, so yeah. Okay, and moving right along.
Okay. Some that I've noticed, the city has several vacant lots, lots of property. Some of it doesn't look so good. I get calls on some of it that's in great neighborhoods and we're overgrown. A particular piece comes to mind is on right across the street from the airport. There's 5 acres over there. I hate to see this property just become overgrown, full of trash. We're stretched thin in city now. I think that we could turn some of this over to various organizations where they could go in there and just let them plant gardens, basically what's happened down there on College. I think, little community gardens or something that would take this off of the city. It would be taken care of by somebody and cleaned up until we decide what's going to happen with some of these lots.
All right, let me take it upon myself, since I have the chart, and I will get a list of those and supply it to everyone on the council.
Okay. Okay, move on. I'm going to go ahead and pass this website list, commission, city clerk list, committees. That was something that when I was first elected, I noticed that we had commissions and committees listed on different areas. Nothing was in sync on that. Next thing I want to move to is increasing the city administrator's role and input at council meetings. I'm brand new. I'm in just over 2 months up here. And I know that the city administrator's been up here for a long time with a lot of knowledge, and I'd sure like to hear a lot more from you down there, city administrator. You got all kinds of information, so if we're flailing, let's get in it here. I'm going to go ahead and move on again. I'm going to delete public safety. We're going to go after code enforcement later. We don't want to talk about airport expansion right now, do we? That's a done deal with the FAA right now.
The project is into the FAA.
Yeah.
And there was one change, and that's been solved, and it's going back.
And just for council info on March 3rd, I am going out to the airport, and we are going to discuss several, things with charter flight hopefully becoming available in there, but awareness of the Public Safety Center and some other things. I want to move to the old municipal pool. This pool here, we have a new pool. I'm going to equate this to if you go out and you buy a car, there's a couple of things you think of. How much is it going to cost? What color? And what am I going to do with my old one? We've done 2 of the 3 there. Now we've got a pool that's been condemned. It's sitting there. We've paid for it. We have no plans to do anything with it. Not that I'm against the gym or PAL. I think PAL, there's plenty of room for them to have an office, and a lot of people have discussed turning it into a PAL gym. I don't know. Like I say, I feel it's a taxpayer asset. It's been there for over 50 years. There's got to be a citizen use that we could do with this pool, but I don't want it to continue to sit there and become more and more vagrant, eventually fall down around us, become a giant storage for somebody. But I'd like to find something to do with it, or I don't know. I'm just looking for ideas. I wanted to put it out on a workshop that, let's fix our old pool to do something with it rather than just turn it into another pile of junk on the corner of sea and ocean.
If you'll give me just a moment's forgiveness. Along the way, I spent time and I read the first and the second engineering report for the building, and my goal there was to understand what it was that had caused the building to be condemned, and if it was a curable thing. And the offset to that is what would it cost to tear it down and or build a replacement. And what I learned from my reading was that, and with a little help from former council member Schuyler, who actually worked on it when it was built, that it's a bunch of precast concrete sections that were assembled. And back then, the engineering requirements to assemble them were this many bolts and this many brackets at this spacing and this size of bolt. And between 1957, I think it was, and now, the engineering requirements have changed. And although the concrete panels themselves are structurally sound, those methods that connect the various panels are not. And there are 2 problems. Number one, the bolts that were used back then are no longer big enough, nor are the brackets. And number 2, the number of bolts and brackets that was used back then is very insufficient for today's standards. And that both the east and west walls would require some level of strengthening to prevent them from popping out. And the cantilevered bleachers would require an abutment at the back end of them to take the load off that cantilever in an earthquake. And so what it appeared looking at it was that it was a fixable thing, but there would be some money involved in doing, at first I would say, a brief engineering review to get an idea of roughly what the cost would be, and then ultimately a fairly in-depth engineering review to determine what ultimately had to be done. And in my little brain, up until a couple months ago, I was thinking this might be an RDA project out in the future, but that's somewhat tenuous at this moment. So that's what I know about the engineering of the pool. Councilmember Lingle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Starbuck. It'd be nice if we could make some use of this facility. It's been sitting there now. Pick a number. Is it 8? Well, no, it's. I think we closed in '99, I believe. So yeah, that's 11, 12 years. Yeah, been sitting there. I believe, and I'll need some help from our city administrator or maybe the city attorney on this. There are some restrictions on what that property can be used for. It's my understanding there's restrictions that it must be used for a park-like or public entertainment. Is that correct?
There is a requirement that it would be park use.
Park use. Okay, so then I guess we'd need a definition of parks. I think botanical garden could possibly be defined as a park, maybe. I don't know. I don't think art gallery would fit in there. So I mean, no, those are just ideas, yeah. But there are restrictions on what we can and cannot use that property for. But I agree that just letting it sit there, it's probably not a good idea for it to continue on much longer.
Okay, this was kind of on my list, and then in deference to having too many things on my list, I put it on my list for later in the year, so that was where it ended up with me. Councilmember Starbuck.
You know, I'm not real convinced about this park thing. You know, we're sitting on an old park. This whole block was a park. D Street went through. Schuyler House was right behind me over here. This whole thing was a dedicated park. Why the pool all of a sudden has got to maintain that park image? I've been told several things. The 3 water fountains out in the front constitute the park-like atmosphere, and that's why City Hall was built here and we closed D Street. I'm not convinced that we have to maintain this all as a park because we took a whole park and put City Hall on it.
Okay, so how about to find out that, if our city attorney could just send us a little brief memo on that subject. Okay, Councilmember Martner.
At one point in time, I asked how much it would cost to demolish it, and I was told $5 million. So we don't even have money to demolish it. I was told $5 million. Or am I wrong? Or what?
I'm sorry, City Administrator.
So, I mean, we need to figure out yes, these are great ideas. Everybody has a wonderful idea. Let's talk about money. I mean, where are we going to get, how much would it cost to retrofit it to be anything, whether it is an art gallery, a reception center, a botanical garden, a youth facility of whatever, or demolish it, put a park, whatever. It all comes down to money. And if we have any say in it, we're going to go for the one that is the least expensive, right? So are we willing to have the staff look at these possibilities to see how much it would cost to retrofit it, how much it would cost to demolish it, how much it would cost to do something else? That's really what we need to be asking here, not discuss what is it that we should do, right?
I agree.
So the request is to the staff, and I don't know what department, is to just have 3 categories. It would cost to retrofit and make the basic building safe again, that it can have public access to it, and then maybe we decide that we put an art gallery or something else. That's one request. The next request is to demolish it and turn it into a parking lot or a park, And the third one is to, what? What would be the third choice? What other choices do we have? Either fix it or tear it down, right? What are the 2 choices?
Let it all fall down and push it into the swimming pool. Okay, so let's start out with a report back from the city attorney on what the restrictions are on it. And then my recollection is that a price was gotten at one point in time for the demolition, and we could get that information back. And then I will go look at what I read before, because I think there was some information in there on retrofitting costs, but I read that a number of months ago, and I'm sorry I don't know the answer to that. And I'll bring that information back. And I think the next one we already handled, didn't we, Dirk?
Yeah, channel the end of the river. That's
okay. So moving right along.
Yeah. Next thing I have is the discontinue posting of support or opposition to votable resolutions. And that, what I'm referring to on that is, to me, voting is very personal and private. And to sit up here on the dais, I'm not against voting for anything that affects the city, Proposition 22 or something, but I don't think that it's within our rights that we display how we would feel for Measure S. If you oppose or support, that's our personal voting, and I don't feel that it's up to the council to sit up here and take a stand on a ballot initiative and then tell everybody about our vote. I mean, it does no effect on the city, it has no effect on city business, and I just don't think it's the way it is. Like I say, I consider my vote to be very personal and private.
Councilmember Martner.
I agree with Councilmember Starbuck, and I have voiced my opinion in the past that I don't think this council should make recommendations in anything that is outside of the jurisdiction of the city. And certainly resolutions and anything that goes into the ballot in the state of California is the voters' business and not the council's business. And I would go even further than that, but I know that I'm not going to get the vote for this one, is that I don't think that we should be sending letters on, on issues that are outside of the city limit either. But, I had to dig that one in.
Okay, Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And although I definitely agree on that level, personal opinion, my vote, I believe, also is a very personal thing. However, I do think it's important that the public has information about how the vote will affect the city, whether it's passed or not passed. And then we, as informational purposes only, because they may understand how it will personally affect them, but may not understand how it will affect the municipality. And so that's why although I don't think that we should say we support this resolution and don't support this, I do think that showing the effects of these resolutions or providing information or resources is very important. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, is there a consensus of that, and is that something we should add to the handbook?
It appears we have consensus. There's at least 3 people that spoke in favor of it, so I'd say it's consensus.
I agree with it too, so I guess that makes it 4. And I think just if you guys will give me 10 seconds with your lights on, I think our statement here is with regard to a council action. I don't want to limit us with regard to what we might want to discuss, but with regard to a council action and an item that was coming for a vote either in the state or the county. I think that's the direction.
That's how I
we're
understood
going.
it.
Okay. And now, ladies first. Council.
Yeah, as long as we had, my question was as long as we had the caveat to discuss it, not our personal opinions, but how it affects city business. Thank you.
I agree.
Mr. Mayor and Council, is this excluding matters that the League of California Cities supports?
Well, again, those would be things that directly affect the city.
Ballot measures?
Yeah, that directly affect the city rather than something that has a more indirect effect. Councilmember Starbuck.
Okay. Last on my list here was, I feel it's very important for this council that we set goals so that we can get evaluated by the public on if we're effective or not. And, at the same time, it would tie us in with the goals of the city. Are we moving? Are we just up here blowing hot air? Or is anything happening? Basically, I'd like to be able to say, this is what we're going to do. Have something out there in 3 months where we can fall back, a short plan and a long plan. And that way we know if we're effective as a council.
From my personal perspective and the way I've carried it to the public is those things that we have agreed to do in these workshops are the things that I believe we're on deadline for, and that's the thing that we're responsible for and we have agreed to do, and I hold that to be my #1 responsibility. Councilmember Lingle.
Yeah, and I appreciate Councilmember Starbuck's concern about that, but I believe that for the most part is taking place right now. Councilmember Martiner just asked for a deadline. I forgot what the issue was on the website. This is how we are accomplishing it. We now have periodic performance or periodic updates on the community center, periodic updates on the rehab of the aquatic center, and now with the website. So we are accomplishing that. I believe we are, and I think that's what you were trying to get to anyway. Yeah, so.
We already did it for you. That's all there is to it.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I told him we already did it for him. That's
There you go,
basically
okay.
all there is to it. And I think everybody here is focused on that, too. No, I think we can do those right now. I'm sorry?
Are we going back to the gardens, or what did we decide on that?
This up here?
No, the community garden.
I'm going to bring back a list of the vacant property for everyone to look at, because I have that map in the office, and I will whip that out, and I will have it for Tuesday's meeting as a handout, and then we can decide if we would like to have a future hearing on that. Councilmember Starbuck added 4 items to the to what he wanted to cover, and the first item on there is a parcel that adjoins a parcel that is owned by my wife. And even if there weren't rules against conflict of interest, I would be leaving now anyway. So, Councilmember Lingle.
Okay, the issue is, as worded by Councilmember Starbuck, kill the Central Avenue Bridge review.
You know, basically, this is a project that's non-affordable. I see no benefit for Lompoc with this project. It's extremely expensive. It will take people around Lompoc. I actually thought it was pretty much put away, but I understand that it's still an SBCAG list for review down there. And, you know, I don't see a benefit for us as a city to have a bridge and an extension to Central Avenue.
Councilmember Martner?
Thank you. I thought it was a dead issue, too. I mean, I think it is out of our general plan update anyway, right? But can we make sure we kill it? Okay.
Could I speak?
Yes.
Okay. The project that you're speaking about is not a Central Avenue extension per se. The voters passed Measure A. One of the projects on Measure A was to explore the best entrance to the city of Lompoc from the east. We just had the first kickoff meeting, and it will be essentially a feasibility study that looks at the most economical and best, least environmentally bad way to bring cars into the city on a safe bridge of the width that's required by today's standards. So it's not necessarily a Central Avenue extension. We want to continue having that feasibility study in place so that councils and city engineers, public works directors in the future will know how to spend that money that's in Measure A. I believe it's like $8 to $10 million that's earmarked for that project. And it could quite likely be that the best project is to widen our current Robinson Bridge, add bike lanes to it, or build a new one adjacent to it. Currently, that bridge and the road that leads out to Prisma Road, Highway 246, is in the floodplain, and it would flood at the 100-year flood. So, again, I think we should stay on the path that Measure A took us, and that's to study the entrance to what's the best thing to do for the entrance to Lompoc. The results are not necessarily a Central Avenue extension.
Councilmember Martner?
So I guess what you're saying is the monies have been allocated for it, and it's just to optimize the road from 246 into the city, whether that would be, expanding a new bridge or fixing the old bridge we have. That's what you're telling me, pretty much.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. There's 300.
So that's fine. So the whole Central Avenue emotional bridge issue, that is, as I understand, is out of the general plan update and is not then being pursued as what it was, is it?
The general plan that we have in place right now has the Central Avenue extension. The new one that you're looking at, the circulation element, doesn't call for it as needed. There were council members in the past that were concerned that the city of Lompoc have a bridge that meets current earthquake and standards and at an elevation above the floodwaters. And their pursuit was for a Central Avenue extension as a safety item as well as a circulation item.
So is the new general plan update that has not been approved yet has an alternative to the Central Avenue expansion in the circulation element?
No, I don't believe so. It just doesn't list the Central Avenue as required based on traffic demands.
Okay, so I think what we're doing is we're not specifically looking at the Central Avenue Bridge anymore. I mean, specifically, we're looking at alternatives to an entrance to the city on the eastern side. Is that what I'm hearing?
That would be correct.
Okay, so really, I think that we probably don't have to go any further on this point.
That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Continue on.
Next thing, Councilmember Costa and I, through our indoctrinations here, have been, we took a tour of a water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant, and, I've lived here over 50 years and have never been to our water treatment plant. And so I'd like to propose sometime in the summer that we have an open house and go through some of our public utilities. We have a real state-of-the-art wastewater treatment plant out there that has a huge amount of money, our money in it. And, I just feel that the public might get a good little hour tour of what they actually spend by and where it comes from, because it was pretty fascinating to me, and I've been involved in some pretty big distilling plants and wastewater plants.
Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As Councilmember Starbuck mentioned, I was with him on these tours, and I too agree, and we had a discussion of this with some of the employees who do outreach there as well, which is, again, growing up here, it was something that I actually didn't experience. We knew quite a bit about it because we're taught in classes in elementary school about it, but I hadn't toured it, and I really, you have a newfound appreciation for the water you're using, again, getting back to my sustainability kick and the idea that you'll be more aware of the programs that we do to help with providing services and also tools to limit how much water you're using, which is something I didn't even know we had, but we actually do have these packets of really awesome items that limit the amount of water you use. And so I really think that it's a great idea. And the example I used was if NASA JPL can do it, I think that Lompoc can do it as well, because I know that there's an issue with security and we don't want anybody messing with our water source, but I think that there's definitely a way we can do it. And, we did agree that maybe the first year it may not have that large of a turnout, but I think that it could be something that could really turn into a great educational opportunity for, individuals of all ages. So I really support this idea, and I think that we should definitely look into it. Thank you.
Councilmember Lingle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask the city administrator this, but I believe when an organization requests a tour of almost any public facility, we find a way of granting that request. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So it's by request, almost any organization can. Now, what you're suggesting is like a public open house. Okay. Well, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I think it'd probably be a good idea. If Councilmember Martin is not going to ask this question, I guess I'll ask it. It does involve a cost. I mean, we're going to have employees, say we have it on a Sunday afternoon. Were you going to ask that question, Councilmember Martiner?
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
What is the cost associated with it?
I'm learning. Okay, so I mean, I think we have to. I think it's a great idea. I think the more the public knows what's going on in our community, what the money is being spent for, I think the more they will appreciate it. But I think we do also have to realize the cost involved. So it can't be every Sunday, but maybe every third Sunday of the quarter or something like that. So.
Councilmember Starbuck.
I wasn't referring to it that often. I just thought once a year. They are 24 hours. I thought we could maybe get you trained up on wastewater, Bob, and you could lead them through there, and I'll go to freshwater and show them how we do that. But no, just a once a year tour. Just open it up, see what people are paying for. I don't think I think the education would far exceed the amount of expense. I don't see it being expense.
Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, too, would agree with the idea of once a year. And I think the big thing here is logistics more than cost. And there are people on staff at the water treatment plant who already currently do outreach and who have a lot of these, handout items that would be handed out. And so I think the cost would be very, very minimal because we already have staff working on outreach in these facilities. So then I think that the idea needs to be discussed of whether it's just going to be water and wastewater or whether it's a citywide, anything with the Lompoc city municipality seal on it is open for that day for some kind of tour. And so that's something that can be discussed. Thank you.
Councilmember Martiner.
You know, this might be something good that actually the Public Utilities Commission could take on as their charter, and they would organize it. They could be the ones that are giving the tours, and there wouldn't be any additional staff cost, but it would be out of the Utilities Commission. And public safety does a similar thing. The firefighters do open their fire facilities once a year, twice a year, whatever, that kind of thing. So maybe we need to pass it on to the commissions.
Everybody good with that? Okay, so City Administrator, if you would see that passes down to the Public Utilities Commission, please.
Okay, next thing that I had in here was, we talked about this before, I'm just going to call it a casual council. I think that it would be important that after we get done with these initial workshops, the budget workshop, the budget's settled in, that we take ourselves out and we would go to a park, park, the library, once a quarter, and we would do a workshop there where we're not in the same dais here, but we're out where public can see us in a different part of town. Not a very informal type of a thing. I just think that it would be a much more eye-to-eye, verbal type thing. And, I don't see anything wrong with getting off the dais and going out to the people.
I'm assuming you mean a noticed meeting,
Yes.
just in a different location?
Yes.
Right.
Within the city limits. Councilmember Costa.
As long as I can wear jeans, I'll be happy.
If you wear your jeans, I'll wear my work uniform. Okay. Bob, that is your work uniform.
There's one issue you'd have to address, and whether it's important or not, but we do televise our meetings, and whether we'd be able to remotely I know we have the capabilities now of remotely televising them, so we'd have to look. We don't have to do it, but I think we need to at least consider that issue as well.
Yeah.
Well, if it were a workshop, perhaps we could set up a camera and record it, and then it wouldn't be live, but it would be on the web. We could make an exception to accomplish something. Do we feel comfortable about that, and we would like perhaps that item to go forward? Yes. Yes. Yes.
Are we agreeing on quarterly workshops from now on, or are we?
I don't know.
As they're scheduled, and have them more informally?
Yeah, it's whatever is informally done, and we'll let the city administrator give us an idea of the logistics of doing that. Maybe give us a little memo on it if you could. Would that be satisfactory to everybody? Mm-hmm. Okay. Councilmember Lingle, do you have another comment?
No, just a comment. I think instead of saying that we're going to do it on a quarterly basis, I think let's try one, see how it goes.
Yeah. Works for me. Okay. Councilmember Starbuck.
Okay, last thing that I had on the addendum that I submitted was some type of a community bulletin board. One thing that I find in Lompoc, and not very many people read the paper, 4,000 people. We'll say that 4,000 people read it online. There's 8,000 out of 40. Getting information out, letting people know what's going on. How do you know what's happening at a city council meeting? How do you know what's going on? I'm really looking for some type of a community bulletin board or an idea. I'd actually thought about something similar to what's in front of Lompoc High School, and maybe trying to find a way to put it on H and Ocean somewhere. I don't know. If anybody has an idea out there, please contact me about community bulletin board. Councilmember Costa and I have talked about this with the website, and all we want is a way that we can get the word out to everybody in town, where nonprofits can take advantage of it, city business can be posted on it. Just something, just a way to inform all the citizens.
I'll share something that somebody told me about a couple of weeks, it's probably a month ago now, if it seems like a couple of weeks. But there may be a possibility, and that person was going to go chase it for me, and I need to check back with them, that some of the national, international, large web companies actually kind of do something like that basically for free. And then they sell advertising on the site to support it, and I can I can follow up with the person that was talking to me about it and see if that turned out to be viable, or, if you techie guys on the left know something, but I got to go to the guy on the right first. Councilmember Lingle.
Well, I believe, and that's a great idea. I think the more information we get out there is great. I believe by improving our website will be a big step in accomplishing that. Also, maybe we need to make more use, and I know everyone should watch TAP TV, but everyone doesn't watch TAP TV. That is available on TAP TV, where there's public information available on TAP TV. So as much information we can put on TAP TV about what's happening in the city, we should utilize that. That is a resource we have. Improving the website is another source. I don't know if putting a bulletin board in Centennial Park is the right thing, but.
Still figure part.
Still figure? Oh, still, yeah, okay. But if we can find ways of getting information out there, I agree. But let's start with the website and TAP TV. I think those are two resources we have readily available to us right now.
Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify, you said this is a website outside of our own city website. I'm sorry.
Yes, it's, as I understand it, the way this works, and this happened to be Google that does it, is they set up one of these sites for a town, a location, a place where the content is controlled locally, and then they sell the border advertising, and that's what pays for the site to be up.
I think, yeah, I would just say there's probably not a need for that if our city website is up to par, as long as we know that in the website design there should be included a community calendar.
I defer to you techie types. Councilmember Martiner?
I agree with Councilmember Costa. I think what we need to do is to make our city website a better website with more information, more positive information, testimonials, pictures, and that kind of thing. And also to add a community calendar in it, because it's very hard to figure out what events are going on and where. So a community calendar for the official website, the city website, would be a very good idea.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comment on those things? Okay, let's have the 3-minute stretch, since we find ourselves an hour and a half into the meeting. And everybody just kind of stand up in place and take a breath and get a stretch. ding, 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 ding. Next, we have some items from Councilmember Costa. You guys are speed readers. Just in a general sense, is there anyone out here in the audience that's come to chat with us about these items? Anyone? No. Okay. Councilmember Costa, do you want to carry the floor on this?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure it comes to no surprise that I am introducing a slide about integration of technology. Clearly, it's a stronghold in my generation that technology really is part of our everyday life, and I definitely think more and more it's becoming part of everyday business life, and cities, not only in California but across the United States, are picking this up. And little by little, we all know government moves slowly. We are making changes to update ourselves. So these are just simple things that I've listed that I've had ideas about, and I'm, this isn't me saying this is something we have to do. I'm always up for just putting these ideas. So I understand that although we are not capable for any training under the MAC system, so an iPad wouldn't be possible, we do have training and expertise under PC, so the idea of a netbook, which is essentially a very miniature size laptop, is very feasible. There was an example that the Sacramento City Council are now receiving agendas electronically. I know that the City Council in the city of Fresno have laptops on the dais at all times. So this is just something I wanted to discuss. I think that the idea of having our binders in digital format would save. Now, we just received an email from our city administrator today discussing the costs, and per year it's approximately $5,000 to print out the printed materials for our meetings throughout the year. It's probably going to be more this year because we have so many extra meetings with these workshops. And the approximate cost to purchase 5 of these netbooks would be just about the same cost, right around $5,000, but mind you, that's a one-time cost. So that $5,000 could then be a 4-year investment per council member. So you're eliminating the printing costs for 4 years by purchasing and investing in one netbook per council member. Hope that math made sense to everybody. So the first year you will be breaking even essentially, but every year after that you will be saving. And then again, it's really a general statement that there's this idea of 21st century democracy. We're trying to reduce the barriers to civic participation and give individuals more ways to access information and provide feedback. Now, I understand that there's a lot of contention on social media websites and the idea that they come and go with fads, but I would like to state that a country is experiencing a revolution essentially through the use of social media, Facebook in particular. So I'm talking about in Libya, the case of Libya. So I think that it's important for us to think about and discuss and talk about what options there are to move in to the technology era, especially because these instances can be cost saving. So just something to talk about.
Okay, so let's take on item number 1 first, which would be some form of laptop to be determined by our city staff and whatever is most functional, shall we say. And Councilmember Martiner.
I would like to actually give you the exact statistics with my little high-tech thing that is my personal one, but I'm going to read the email that the city administrator sent us, and I'm going to talk about the numbers specifically. It says that actually in the last year, 2010, we had 32 meetings. The number of pages that were copied was 5,419. The average number of pages copied per meeting was 169. The cost of copying one page is $0.06. The average cost per meeting for the binder was $10. And let's see, I can keep on going and going, but the bottom line is that it cost the city $5,527 to have these binders for us here at the council 32 times. The approximate price for a Dell laptop is $5,600. Okay, so it's pretty much the same for 1 year. Other choices, and then it goes into the other choices, and it talks about the iPad not being the right idea and so forth. So the numbers are there. There is $5,500 that gets spent on paper to just so we can carry them around. And that doesn't include, that includes the additional memos that council members request that get distributed to everybody else? Or is just only the agenda, but this included?
First, I'd like to call attention, the city clerk's office provided these stats for us. And yes, these were just for council meetings, the binders, not the extra requests.
So workshops and memos and like like all of this other stuff is not part of this, right?
I would say no.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe Councilmember Martiner brings up a really important point here, is that this is definitely the low end of statistics as far as how much paper as a council member we see. I mean, and again, that's great because it's an attest to how much information that we're receiving and how much we're basing our decisions based on, and I think that that's great. But I also think that we need to also look at our footprint. Again, I keep talking about this idea of sustainability. I'm going to beat that horse for the next 4 years probably, but the idea that, although many of these papers get recycled, I'm sure many of them get lost in the mix and actually aren't recycled. So, you're limiting your footprint that way as well, which for me is very important. Thank you.
Beat you. In the big scheme of things, I know we have a certain fleet of laptops. Do we have any homeless laptops in our current fleet that we might be able to utilize? We wouldn't have to buy all new ones. Or are there some people in the fleet that have something that's kind of old and might not be as useful for them, since we don't need high-speed work, and we might be able to buy them something cool and make them more efficient? And I can only type 20 words a minute, so.
It's a good probability that we have laptops in our inventory.
You say only 4.
I would point out to Councilmember Starbuck that I have a really fast printer at my office, and those things that I would find important, I would run through my really fast printer back at my office. So you could come over and I could run them for you too. I agree. I think this is a good thing to do, and I know that some of us are a little more challenged than others. But I feel absolutely certain that at least 3 council members would be willing to help the 2 of us who might be a little more challenged. Wouldn't you guys? See? Okay, so there's help for us. Go ahead, have a bite of that apple.
So who's going to Twitter me? I'm having a hard time with. I'm not against laptops on the dais or iPads or any of this technology, but I'm.
Excuse me. Could we stay on one subject? We're on the. Let's get done with this one, then we'll move on. Okay.
That's where we're at.
No, we're on laptops. Are you going with laptops, or are you diverging to Twittering?
I'm on iPad and right there.
Oh, okay.
But,
I stand corrected.
It would be very difficult for me to write notes on that like I do here and do things. I don't feel I could really function very well for a month or 2 if this was to happen. I got to say, when it comes to technology, I'm very challenged, and email is about the height of my achievements at this point. So I'm all for technology and advancement, but I'm not all made to be a fool up here with this either. So,
Councilmember Starbuck, I stand by my offer. I will print those things for you and I over at my office that we need.
So I get a lap binder?
Yes. You may have any portion of the binder you want printed. I will see to that, because I will be printing some of mine for the same reason. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to just let you know, Dirk, that I think on average on a normal day I type about 76 words a minute. And so for me, I type much faster than I write. So notes, there's apps and opportunities to write notes everywhere in digital media now. And so I think that, for me personally, I understand that you have a different issue, but for me personally, I would just like to state that it actually would make me more effective and more efficient up here. Thank you.
That translates to she's going to help you.
You know what? If I'm going to do this, I'll buy my own, and that way when I learn how to use it, I can keep it.
Absolutely. You would need to chat with the city attorney about that. I'm not quite sure how that all works. Councilmember Martiner.
I don't think we need to make this into a generational gap issue. So I think what we need to really do is, for the sake of saving money, I think it's a good idea. We can provide pads and paper here for making notes. So I think we can work it out, but it's just the sheer volume of paper that comes to us in these binders can easily be fixed by these laptops that somebody else will use. And I think we should definitely look into not purchasing new ones if they are available and they can be cleaned up within the city. Let's go for those first. And if you cannot find 5 laptops out there, then maybe buy whatever the remainder is. But I think it's just a very good idea to minimize the amount of paperwork that we're going through.
Okay, and just as a soft transition, perhaps for a meeting or two, those of us who are more computerly challenged could get both parts of it.
Mr. Mayor, just to keep in mind that it's a great idea to have those computers, but just make sure that you discipline yourself to only use it for city business, because you don't want to have to give up the private information you would be having on that, which you would end up having to do. So just make sure you only use it for city business.
Yes. Okay. Are we comfortable with that? City Administrator, do you feel you have adequate direction?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next.
Although I understand that this is probably a very contentious subject and seen very differently from different individuals on council, I would just like to mention that there's many opportunities that cities have been taking advantage of. And so what I would like to do, again, is not saying that this is something that we would do, but to look into as an option. Now, I understand that I use the example of Facebook and Twitter, but I also know that there are certain servers, certain city websites that have servers that allow for public comment online, and then there's an individual such as the city clerk who's vetting those inputs. I'm not saying you would be the one doing it. My apologies. I don't want to add more to your workload or anything. But they vet the inputs for as long as there is a name and an email attached, and of course there's obviously a system within the system that automatically finds out if it's an approved email address or not. It's like the same thing if you're signing up for a service and they want to make sure that it's a real email address to identify the individual speaking. And then also, there would be a lot of parameters on it. I understand this is very preliminary and may be quite confusing at the beginning, but I think that there are cities that are doing this, whether it's Facebook and Twitter or whether it's a mechanism on the city website. We can discuss that. But again, I'm talking about give individuals more ways to access information and provide feedback. If you can't make it here, but you still want to participate, that's very difficult, and this actually bridges that gap quite well.
I would add to that as part of the presentations of the League of Cities, we had a presentation from a city that has a full-time person, which we obviously don't have, but that person recommended a one-way Facebook where you post information and it's available to the public, but you don't have incoming. So there's a little bit of time in terms of putting things on there, but after that it's not very problematic for time. And I would think this might be a good assignment for our Economic Development Director. And Councilmember Lingle.
You sort of touched on it. I was going to mention that we had just earlier talked about providing information to our residents, and even though I do not use Facebook and I don't Twitter, I think I'm very capable of it. I choose not to at this point. I think it is a good way of providing information. I 100% agree with Mayor Lynn. Not that we don't want information from the public. We do want information, but if we make it two-way, we have to have someone maintaining that and answering all of the Facebook questions and Twitters, and I just don't think we have the staff to do that at this point. But providing information, I think it's a great opportunity for us to do it that way.
You also have the difficulty of if you start having two-way communication, if three of the council happen to see the same Facebook page, that's a problem. So you need to be careful on.
Yeah, so I think
there's ways to set it up, but you need to be careful.
I agree. That's why I think start off with providing information. I think it's a great idea.
Is everyone comfortable with that being assigned to the economic development manager as one of those things to be, or to the economic development committee? What's the pleasure of the council? Councilmember Martner?
Well, as far as providing information, I mean, that's kind of like we agree that we have to find more ways to provide information. So I would like to see that it happens sooner. I mean, I mean, you're basically suggesting that the City of Lompoc has a page on Facebook. The Chamber of Commerce does. There are many other institutions that in the City of Lompoc, they do have pages. Southside Coffee, I mean, to mention a few, right? The point is, I mean, I think that can be done, and it can be done easily by actually our IT department. I mean, it will take 15 minutes to set it up. Information only. So I don't know if there is a need to wait until we hire an economic development director to do so. I mean, this is kind of small stuff. If we want to get into a more interactive thing, then we're talking about, I mean, don't you agree?
And I'm just kind of going, I mean, yeah, I have a Facebook account, okay, I can do it. But what the gal from, up at the League of Cities, the young lady that did the presentation. Yeah, I can't think of the city, but one of the things she commented about was the time involved in keeping the postings warm and current, and I don't know if we have someone we could allocate that responsibility to at this moment in life. Councilmember Costa, you volunteered?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to address that CalEd, this is something that CalEd brought up. Can you speak to that, City Administrator?
The professional team, the CalEd professional team, did recommend that this would be part of the economic development effort, and that it would be best to have that be part of the duties of the economic development director. To actually look at the improvement of the website was the recommendation, as well as other means of communication.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that we do need to be balanced on that. Again, we don't want to be banking on this individual coming in and making our city, overnight immediately better. So I think that as many things as we can have set up when they come in, the easier the transition is going to be. So I think that, and what she did mention, though, that makes it easier, what I was going to say about this, about having a Facebook page, is that you actually get departments involved. And so just as you get like a weekly status report for our report from City Administrator, it's very easy to do an end-of-the-day update or something to this one individual. So they're actually not even creating the Facebook posts. They're choosing which ones are more civilian-friendly, as we don't necessarily want to tell them about certain, minor things in maybe wastewater or something, but maybe we do want to tell them about a library function or something like that. And so by getting the city involved, what you're doing is you're not saying it's going to take a lot of time for one individual that we need to hire, but we're really, everybody's just taking 5 extra minutes in their day, or actually, quite frankly, be much less than that, and shooting over an update to be added to the Facebook feed.
Just because I'm not a very Facebooky person, could this possibly fill the need that we talked about earlier for items to go up, not maybe in date order like a community bulletin board, but for announcements to go up? Is this something people would look at for brief announcements, those of you who are Facebookies?
I mean, I can almost guarantee, I wish I had the number, but I can almost guarantee that there are more people on Facebook from Lompoc than there are people who read the Lompoc Record from Lompoc. So you're having direct access to people who check their Facebook at least daily. I mean, and I'm not saying that Facebook is going to last forever, but I'm saying, this idea that we need to keep up with change, this is part of it. This may only be for the next 3 years, 4 years, but, once we have that mechanism in place, shifting over to new social media will be much easier.
Okay, so perhaps, City Administrator, could you give us a little memo on this and how we might be able to accomplish this in the near term rather than the long term?
Yes, I can provide you a memo.
Okay, thank you.
A couple added, though, but I don't think that they were added, so. I don't have them offhand, so.
All right. What about this? Okay. All right. Now we are going to. Yeah, I'm gonna shorten up public safety a little bit. When I put the issues in here dealing with the county merger, he was kind of thinking that we would be a little closer to a resolution on that, but as we are not, unless someone on the council objects, I'm going to take my two slides out that deal with if a merger with the county does happen or does not happen, because I just don't really want to go there tonight. Anybody got a problem with that? Okay. On to my favorite ambulance contract. And this is a very long issue, and I've now done even more reading than I did before I wrote this back in November. And frankly, if nobody cares, I'd like to set this aside until the summer when we get done with the budget, because it's going to take a long discussion, and it's just not that important today, unless anybody objects. You all good with that? I mean, I could go on for about an hour if you want me to, but I'm willing to put this one aside. I want to put this in the folder labeled next. Okay. Then the next one I believe is something we should do, which is we should ask our Public Safety Commission to update the police and fire report that they made in the past in view of changes in technology and time, so that when we get to the end of, or when we get to our next step in the budget, there may be some things they would recommend that could improve the police and fire departments based on new information. And if that were not the case after we got done with the budget, we would have a fresh presentation that would either say, yep, everything we told you before is the same and there's no change, or there's these changes since we did this report, which are now, they're about 5 years old now. And it would just be a matter of the Public Safety Commission taking that on and providing that information to us. Anyone want to talk about that? Okay. Councilmember Martner.
Yes, I think that's a good idea, and it's a way to actually, again, get the commissions involved, as Councilmember Starbuck was saying. This is the time for the Public Safety Commission to come and tell us how understaffed we are in both fire and police, and update us on that, and we should do it.
Okay. Councilmember Starbuck, are you nodding up and down? I'm nodding. Okay. Councilmember Costa? Yes. Okay. So we will assign that to the Public Safety Commission, and can you drop them a note, City Administrator, that they've been charged with updating that report that they previously did?
And what is the turnaround time for reporting back?
Everybody good with 60 days? That gives them 2 meetings. They're 2 meetings, yeah. 4 for us, 2 for them. Okay, 60 days.
But not to
Yeah.
exceed 120 days, because you want to give them a little time, because I know they haven't even selected a chair.
Yeah. Okay. That is my extent on that. And the next one is my discussion of some new recreation projects. Fun. And I know this is going to break all your hearts, but we've actually kind of worked 2 of these in together, the motocross park and the 1/8 mile drag strip. What started out as the effort of 2 groups has kind of turned into the effort of 1 group, and I know they have their spokesman here who's going to spokesman to us. Carl, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor Lynn, City Council members and staff. I'm here this evening with kind of a concept that's been floating around the community for a number of years. My name is Carl Creel. I'm a resident of the city of Lompoc for some 25 years. I'm a motorsports enthusiast, and over the years I've seen that there's a large number of motorsports enthusiasts in this area who have no place to practice or their hobby or pursue their interests unless they drive a great distance out of the community. So, and that seems a shame since Lompoc has a pretty rich automotive history. At one point in time, they had racetracks in the immediate area functioning, and just seems a shame that our people should have to leave to pursue their recreation. So I'm here this evening as the chairman of a committee of local businessmen and citizens wishing to build a multi-use motorsports facility in Lompoc. This project, in addition to being a new recreational venue, will attract visitors to the community. This additional tourism will generate revenue for local businesses, not limited to restaurants, service stations, motels, while generating tax revenue for the city. The Motorsports Committee started a petition drive and found an overwhelming amount of support within the community for this idea. As of 5:30 today, we've got 4,440 signatures of people who want this to happen. We have every business that I've talked to has been very supportive, and we have a huge number of eager volunteers, so there's plenty of labor, and I think we can make this happen with community donations, materials, and labor. So at this time, the Motorsports Committee asks for conceptual approval of the project so that we may go forward with staff assistance to further investigate making a Lompoc Motorsports Park a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Does anyone have a question for him while we're at this point? Councilmember Lincoln. Don't go away, Carl. He's going to ask you questions.
Carl? Thank you. The conceptual idea, the conceptual idea is just the idea of having a motocross park. Is that it? I mean, we don't have a lot of details right now on it.
Well, our intent is to try and put this together with the aid of the city, but only if the city can provide us with property. We'll do the rest with community donations, funds, and labor. Like I said, the city has pieces of property that are sitting vacant that, if possible, we could get exclusive use to and build on those pieces of property, and that's what I'm hoping that we can investigate the possibilities of.
Okay. Conceptually, I'm in agreement with you, okay?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I believe I may have even signed one of your petitions.
I hope so.
However, understand, for us to go forward with this, we'd need much more information than just the concept. You say the volunteers and donations, so at some point, someone would be coming back to us with more of a detailed plan on who the volunteers are. Because what I'm hearing right now is that all you'd want from the city is some use of land.
I beg pardon?
What I'm hearing right now is the only involvement that the city has right now is providing some land.
Exactly.
Okay. But we'd have to have a lot more information on who's going to have access to it, who's going to be building, where the donations are coming from.
Exactly. Well, that's our hope, is that if we could get your basic approval for the concept, then we can start investigating further and getting details, designing a potential facility, sourcing funds, grants, materials, etc.
And I'm just asking the question because I'm assuming your answer is going to be yes. But everything you build would be approved by our city department to meet all codes and.
Yeah.
Okay, so
we want to do a real first-class facility that would be sanctioned by the major organizations. We want it to be useful for both motorcyclists, off-road people, the automotive enthusiasts, drag strips, you know. So we're going to comply with all the safety rules. Whatever the major organizations uses their underwriting rules will be a necessity for us to obtain insurance, and it's all part of the master plan. You have to comply to make it fly.
Okay. Thank you.
Just for clarification, because for the city staff to interface with this group in developing the very most preliminary portion of this plan, which would be, you know, what legal hurdles do we have, what contractual hurdles do we have, you know, what structure are you going to have, what are you going to offer? We as a council kind of have to say, hey, you know, staff, go ahead and talk to these guys and, you know, work with them a little bit and help them develop a fleshed out plan so that they can bring it back to council so we have something more in depth to look at. Now, the committee's worked on some things, and unfortunately, beginning with the day after the election, I couldn't go and listen anymore for obvious reasons. But they have gotten quite a bit of information down the road, and we were in receipt at one point of a plan for a similar facility built on parkland in Fresno, and they were kind enough to give us their entire business plan. So there's a kind of a shell to start with, and where this is going is just this council saying, yeah, we'd like to look into this, and we'd like you to look into it for us, and you can speak to the staff, and the staff can speak to you. That's kind of where this goes. Councilmember Martner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I received a phone call this morning regarding this project. And I did a little bit of research in it, and I have to say not that much. But first of all, I'd like to say that the city of Fresno abandoned the idea because they found that it wasn't economically feasible. So if we're going to use the business plan for the city of Fresno, maybe we don't want to go there because, you know, they abandoned it. They found that economically it was not feasible. I do understand that there is one facility in Pomona that is very successful, and it brings a lot of revenue. And I looked a little bit into that facility. The requirements, like an ambulance has to be on site at all times when that is based. So I would like for this committee to give us a business plan of how much their operating cost will be that include the requirements, not just the idea, but the requirements. For us to go and spend tax dollars monies, meaning city staff's money and time, without really knowing that you really have a solid business plan behind it is very difficult for me to say, yeah, I mean, it might be a great idea, but if you're going to be losing money and you're never going to get off the ground, why should we even look at it? So if you could provide us with a more solid business plan, not a failed business plan from the city of Fresno, but a more solid business plan, I think we should take a look at it.
I'm not sure what Fresno plan you're referring to, because Mr. Johnson here is involved with the Fresno drag strip plan, and they seem to be in full force. So,
yes, it is. City of Fresno now is considering leasing out 2 parks in the city. I've been working on this project for about 19 months now, and the land that was offered to us by the Director of Parks and Recreation, City of Fresno. It would utilize an existing city park, a dedicated sports park in Fresno. This project is moving forward. We're just waiting for the city to complete their negotiations with a private company who will be leasing out the park, and we would be subleasing from them.
So I guess the public record is incorrect in the city of Lompoc, in the city of Fresno website.
That could have been from some past. This is, I haven't even gone to the public as far as the media with this yet.
Okay, so I guess we need to look into more details exactly what business plan are you talking about. But if you go into the City of Fresno website, you will find that there's been an abandon, because of the lack of economic feasibility.
You won't find this there because a preliminary business plan has been submitted to the Planning Department, City of Fresno, and they do like it. We're just waiting for the City of Fresno to go through all of their financial problems they're getting through right now. They had to lay off several key people, including a director of Parks and Recreation and a assistant planning director and many people. So we're just waiting for the city to finish their work, and then we're going to move ahead with the project.
I don't know who's first.
Oh, my name is Randy Johnston. Thank you.
Yeah, the other thing that I wanted to state was that our goal is to make this a self-sustaining facility. Aside from the property itself, we don't want anything from the city other than the ability to operate. So it can be done. There's small-time strips operating over in the valley right now that are running on a shoestring budget, and they have community donations for materials, ambulance. The money is raised to provide for all the safety necessities, and it goes on a semi-annual basis right now. In fact, there's some articles in magazines that I can show that show how it's being done, and it's quite popular.
Council.
Did you have a follow-up question to that?
I have a follow-up comment.
Okay.
I guess my follow-up comment is, yes, I mean, I'm sure that it can be made profitable. And if it were to come to that, if you were to have a business plan that it shows to be robust, I would certainly look into study the potential sites and start the process with the neighbors and all the impacts and all of that, and then agreed on a lease, agree on a certain share of the profits, because after all, you are dealing with a city property, and I think the city should get something out of it. So that's way down the road. But, for us to even go there, I think we need to see more than just, we would like it. I mean, there is lots of things that we would like, but we would like to see more of a business plan, a concrete business plan with operating expenses, projected revenues, the actual site, the liability insurance, the safety, public safety and fire department, additional hours needed, and who is going to pay for that kind of stuff.
Well, I understand that. That's why we're here. If we can get the basic concept approved, then we'll delve into all of that and prepare a full presentation that will have all the information you need. But to move forward without your basic approval is kind of spitting in the wind.
Councilmember Starbuck. Oh, okay. Back to Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, though, the large difference here that I see between the city of Fresno and the city of Lompoc is we're having a 501c3 do it in the city of Lompoc, and we're looking at a private industry doing it in the city of Fresno. So the basis of that business plans are going to be vastly different because you're looking at a for-profit entity versus a non-profit entity. So
right.
I think that the help is amazing, and this to me is exciting. This is what I came in office for, is to make sure that things like this really get passed and we get this through and going for the citizens. But again, I also too would be would like this to almost happen simultaneously. I think that there needs to be communication with staff, and I am giving my approval to allow staff to dedicate that time. But I also need to see some results from that group at the next update of this project.
Yeah, that's my full intention, is to get, if we get basic approval, we'll come with a full presentation that will give all the details.
Thank you.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Thank you. Do a good business plan. I'm behind this. I got to tell you, this is something that this town needs. This is absolutely, I'm going to tell you, there's mud boggers out here right now. There's drag guys. Like you say, there's 4,000 people in this town that would do something down there. I can't say enough in this positive. If it takes one kid from drag racing on the street and puts him on a track,
exactly,
keeps him off of Harris Grade or Magallita Canyon, I'm all for it. do a good business plan, get us convinced.
We intend to do just that.
Councilmember Lingle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I see no downside with giving them a conceptual approval on this. It's not costing us anything at this point, other than just saying, come back to us, and there's a lot of upside we could be looking at this. So with no downside, I'd say let's go. And
Well, like I said, it can only generate business for the local community and generate tax dollars at the very least. And if it keeps the kids off the street, it's a win-win.
Okay, I'm compelled to say my little speech with regard to this. You know, as the tow truck company owner in Lompoc for 25 years, I on average go to one fatality a year where one of our young people loses their life racing on our streets or country roads around here. And unfortunately, for a lot of years to come, each time I drive by that location, I see what I saw that day. And I would like that to go away. I would like that to be our legacy as a council, that we stop that from happening. So what I'm hearing from the council is that we grant the staff permission to interact with them so they can come back to us with a more in-depth proposal. Maybe not the final word, but we at least get a little further up the road. Everybody comfortable with that? Is this supposed to be the track and the drag strip? They're combined. Yeah, it started out to be two separate projects, and then there's actually some other components that have been included in it since then, because one of the things we learned from other people was that the more activities you interface into it, the better off you are. You know, and I'm not privileged to all the things that have been added to it since the initial discussions, but I know the list is fairly substantial now. So.
Yeah, we've been contacted by some organizations in Santa Maria that don't have facilities, and they're interested in being involved with this also.
Good. Okay. Yes, sir. One
quick last comment. I believe all of us are aware of the potential site, but maybe for the people viewing at home and maybe possibly someone here, could you sort of describe the location of the site you're looking at?
Currently, we're thinking that the property that's between the airport and the river, I think there's approximately 40 to 60 acres of bare land that's just, it's relatively flat. There's plenty of space for just about anything that we would want. It would more than accommodate what we want for a multi-use facility. The only issues naturally has to do with flood control and dealing with the airport commission to see if it's all approvable.
Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, maybe Mr. Mayor, you can help me with this. Is this the same property that was given to the city by the county specifically for recreational use?
There is some discussion about how that. I can't answer that question. We're digging for the documents to answer that very specific question. It is not our understanding that any deed restrictions exist that would cause us an issue. However, that is one of the many, many things that we need to determine before this goes very far. Because if there's a drop-dead problem, we need to find that right at the front end.
My understanding is this would be considered recreational use.
I believe you are correct, but I have not seen that document, and I cannot speak to that. City Administrator?
Because this site is on the airport, possibly it would be a good suggestion that they first meet with the airport commission and work through some of those issues.
Well, basically what we're doing is turn them loose within the city structure to go look at all the issues and resolve each one of them in sequence. And somehow along life's road, the FAA sent an email the other day and said, hey, are you guys building a drag strip on the airport? And oh, what about a couple other things? And so on Friday I had a discussion with the nice lady at the FAA in Los Angeles, and I said, no, we haven't even got to the if we like the concept part yet, and if we get to the if we like the concept part, then we'll get to you with the ongoing discussion of it. And I will tell her that we've gotten to the concept part, and she's now included in the laundry list of people, places, and things that have to be looked at in this. And you know, there's no secret that I'm in favor of this, but I told the committee long ago that, you know, if we came down the road and there was something in here that endangered the city of Lompoc, that my responsibility to the city is greater than my responsibility to try to find an outlet for the kids. So, thank you, Carl. Okay, the downtown park is the next discussion, and once again, I got to leave. So, Bob, it's all about you. And Dirk, hey, let's go have coffee.
Okay, I need to read your slide here.
Through the mayor, I believe the topic is the Pocket Park.
Okay, yeah, Topic Park, but, okay, so maybe someone can fill us in with where we are, where we stand right now.
Right. Maybe in September of last year, a point was reached between the foundation, the Lompoc Valley Pool and Park and Recreation Foundation, and the city through me. There's 3 issues remaining on the contract that we had been negotiating and that you had been had directed us to negotiate, and that has not yet been brought to you. I have the staff report ready and the draft contract ready, but because workload and then the election and then these workshops, I didn't bring it to you. So I would just, my suggestion would be that you just direct me or direct the city administrator and I to place this on an upcoming agenda, and we'll put that staff report and the items of concern would be addressed then. And they're all items that staff really can't go any further until they get a decision from the council on what you want to do. And it's basically some risk-sharing concepts. So you just need to see them, see the report, see what the issues are, and make your decision.
Councilmember Costa?
Thank you, Councilmember Lingle. So I've only been given little bits of information on this from community members, and I heard that there was actually a design that was already established for this park.
There was way back 2-3 years ago, before the Councilmember Lingle and Martin were elected, there was a project already approved going through the process. When that project came to be added to the bond funding that was just recently passed by the board, the council at that time decided that they didn't want to go forward with that particular park because there was a suggestion that it may not be something that the city wanted to spend money on at this point, and there was a suggestion that it could be done with volunteers and for no cost to the city. So because the council was given that option, the council then directed staff, me and staff, to check into the group that wanted to do it, sort of a 2 or 3 step approach. The first step was just to get some information about the group, the Lompoc Valley Foundation, and make sure that it was the kind of group that could enter into an agreement that had some certainty. So we did that first step. We looked into their bylaws and how they operate, and that brought that back to the council. The council said, yeah, go to the next step. The next step was entering into a memorandum of understanding so that the parties both knew what each was going to try to accomplish. It's that memorandum of understanding that we now have a point where the, and again, it's going to be spelled out in the report, where the foundation supporters are looking at something a little less concrete, and my words, I'm not trying to be pejorative, my words, a little less concrete than what I feel comfortable with as your city attorney to recommend going forward with. As I said, there's only 3 items left, and it's time for, there were maybe 12 items in the beginning, and we were able to negotiate that down to 3 items, and now it's time for the decision makers to say yay or nay. And
Okay, thank you for that update. That actually does help me out quite a bit. But what I've been hearing and discussing is that a lot of the issue comes in the cost of the design of this park, and that without any of us having even seen the design, if it's possible to revisit that, come up with cost-saving measures that then makes both of us more comfortable in agreeing on what's going to be done.
one of the steps that would be coming to the city if this MOU is approved, is a new design is going to have to be looked at. The design there was a design that's already been approved, but that design will have to be done away with and a new design. And that there are descriptions of what the design would cover, but the actual design, it will have to go back to the Planning Commission and come back to the City Council.
Okay, great. Well, then I definitely would like to see that staff report agendized, as time permits, when we can see it.
Councilmember Martin.
This experience of the pocket park, it's an interesting one to me. I was very much supportive. Well, first to give a little bit of history, the original design was a horrible design, and it cost $5 million. Okay, so we all looked at it and we got, this is not going to fly. And then we had this organization that came forth and said we can do it for much cheaper. And, a whole different thing, we can make it simpler, et cetera, et cetera. We got caught up on this MOU. And to me, this has been a lesson that volunteers, nonprofits, good efforts, when it comes down to writing down the law, we get snagged. And it's like, no, we're not willing to go there, and no, we're not willing to go there, and so forth. I like to learn from this lesson personally and say that perhaps we do need to revisit the whole concept and what part should be the volunteer portion, and I think a lot of it has to do with the construction. To actually have volunteers build something becomes liability ridden, and that's why the MOU is being hung up and whatever. So maybe we really need to go back to somewhat the drawing board and say, okay, who is going to build the pocket park? Should we go back to have a city component to it and then a volunteer component that is less liability ridden, like maybe if they plant the trees and instead of doing the electrical, because at one point in time this foundation was going to provide the electrical contractors for free and the plumbers for free and all this kind of stuff, and that's where I think we get into the hang-ups, that they couldn't commit to times, they couldn't commit to the deliverables.
Those are some of the issues, and
yeah,
they're spelled out in that report.
Right. So anyway, so yes, we need to go back to the report, but I will state my opinion right now that maybe we need to revisit the whole thing again.
Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Councilmember Lingle. One quick question. I know that this is in Maryland's slide, so I don't even know if it's this is coming from me, so this is really my question about the MOU or the agreement used with the Foundation's Dog Park Committee, and how does that vary with this new agreement?
I did not look into the dog park agreement, so I don't know what the dog park agreement was.
The dog park did not have electrical stuff and plumbing and
right,
building.
and so no, and I agree with you. And so that my question would be is if before this is agendized, we can use that agreement and use that to almost show what is needed to get a project passed with volunteer assistance and what components need to be taken out of the design, whether that's, a certain, whether that's electrical or plumbing or something, just as a reference of something that's worked in the past and why this is either different or how this can be reworked to work as well. It's just something, again, if you could just add on to that staff report, that'll be agendized.
Thank you. So I guess the direction is we'd like a presentation brought back to the council for consideration.
And sometime in the next, before the budget, after the budget?
I think we'll do it after the budget.
Okay.
Is that a yes? Okay. And with that, is there any other discussion? Okay, we'll call back Mayor Lynn and Councilmember Starbuck.
Okay, the BMX park. And the chairman of the BMX committee is sick tonight, so I will just kind of cover this briefly on their behalf. At the corner of Barton and 7th, we have roughly 3 acres that the city owns. It's currently a debris area covered with dirt, weeds, and piles of concrete. This land was donated to the city for youth recreation at some point in the past. I think Mr. Schuyler is here and could speak to that because I believe he was instrumental in getting it. Mayor Szyminski noted that it was the #1 request of middle school students, and I also shamelessly touted that when we spoke at Megaleto School and later received 60% of the vote. Complete political pandering. And we have a committee who has the materials, the folks, and the resources to bring this forward. And it's kind of the same deal. We need a approval from the council for the committee to work with the Parks and Rec Department to develop a proposal and bring back to the council. And Mr. Schuyler, could you enlighten us on the donation of that piece of property, please?
When the second boom hit Lompoc was when they were going to establish Cook Air Force Base. Quite a few developers came into town to buy property. And along the river there were 3 main property owners, my grandfather, Roy Bland, and Glenn Schuyler, former councilman of the city. And we had learned down the valley they started developing first, and the contractors come in, they were a little smarter than us. They cherry-picked the properties. And some of the farmers were selling part of their land and having a remainder left and not enough to farm to make a living. So when Mr. Groh approached Roy Bland to buy the property, Roy says, you buy it all or you get nothing. And that included this little 7.5 acre piece that's left down there. Mr. Groh was a good friend of mine because of the neighborhood to the ranch there. And he kept the 3.5 acres on top to build a house. And his last housing tract he built in Lompoc, he was really ticked at the price he was having to pay for cabinets. And he says, I'm going to build my own cabinet shop and build my own cabinets for the homes. And that's what he kept the 3 acres in the lower bench area for. And that's why that was never developed. Mr. Groh passed away earlier than expected. His wife had some health problems, moved up with a daughter in Oregon. And about this time, the state was talking about, and the county giving up the Highway 1 bypass, which the land, again, was taken from our family, this time by condemning the property and taking it from us, of coming back, and it brought up this little 7.5 acres that was next to our ranch. And so I contacted Mrs. Groh. We thought we might want to purchase it when we purchased back the riverbed property from the state. And that we decided that, like an elephant, you think they're neat, but when you got one, what do you do with it? The Schuyler family involved in the cherry orchard are all gone into other deals, and we thought, well, maybe we just leave the riverbed alone. And so then I started working on to get that into the city. But coming back to the 7.5 acres, Mrs. Groh said that she would donate it to the city because I had wanted to put a BMX track down. The kids had already built one down there. And my idea was to build a little park at the top with some picnic tables, fire rings and stuff, and build a BMX track at the bottom, that lower bench area. And she said, I'll give it to the city, but it's not going to, I don't want to pay anything. And I believe the city paid $263 for that property. That was to record the deed from Mrs. Groh and her estate to us. In the meantime, the BMX track in Buellton was built on city property down by the river, and there was some issue with the river. And anyway, that track was closed. I went over and arranged to have the material, the release gates, the compressor, the concession booth, and some other idea of stuff brought over here with the idea of putting it down below there. But I could not at that time get it through council, and that equipment ended up at the BMX track out at the Union Park in Santa Maria. So that's kind of quick and dirty. Thank you. And I'm Will Skylar, I live in Lompoc.
Thank you, Will. And then the next round of it is that in 2008, this council didn't approve a BMX track, but said, yeah, why don't you go look around and see what's out there? And we met with the Parks and Rec director, and we looked at some properties, and the one at the end that seemed to fit best was right across from this parcel, because the boundaries of the particular parcel Mr. Schuyler talks about weren't well known. And so on the opposite side of the bike trail, there was a parcel there, and we started down that road. And then we determined that because the property was purchased with some coastal resource enhancement funds, it had a deed restriction on it. And the city attorney Matt Granger was communicating with the county about the deed restriction, and then they fell into their rather large budget nightmare, and we were way down at the end of the food chain, and another year and a half went by, and here we find ourselves today. So we have this parcel which was donated to the city for this purpose. We have a group who still has a starting gate that was donated, light towers, some fencing and things that have been sitting around in storage for pretty near 2 years now. And the issue is kind of the same. We need a general conceptual approval for the city, for this group to work with the city and come back to this council with a more formal project. And Councilmember Lingle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, this is, I think, very similar to the drag strip and was the other kind of track? Not BMX, but yeah, similar to that. It's a conceptual consideration. It's not costing us anything at this point. I have heard a lot of interest from the youth in a BMX park. So I would be in favor of conceptually giving agreement for a proposal coming back to us.
Councilmember Schuyler. Starbuck. Sorry. They both all start with S.
I'm the guy without the glasses. I want to say that, you know, I walked this. I went and I looked at it. It's a shovel-ready project. It's a no-brainer to me. I mean, we could give the kids a shovel today and they're not spray painting a building tonight. I'm all for it.
Okay. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question on the statement. My question is, do we know why the BMX park was closed in Solvang? In Buellton, excuse me? Or Buellton or Solvang? Buellton.
My recollection is that it came to be an issue because of its location and the change in the floodplain over there. And then there were, I don't remember the rest of the story. That was way too long ago.
Okay, so then I guess sort of a follow-up question, that there is a currently working BMX park in Santa Maria? Yes. Okay, but again, I think that this also requires, and I do agree that this is, again, what gets me very excited, and I want to see this done. This is really something that I think will be highly utilized in our community, but I do think that there is a business side of this as well, of course, for upkeep, and anything else that goes in to something of this nature. So I definitely do give the approval of, of this initial discussion taking place, but again, would like to see the simultaneous introduction of a working business plan, as Councilmember Martner was speaking to earlier. Thank you.
Yes. Councilmember Martner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, as long as, all of these projects are a good idea if they can run by themselves and not burden the city with operational costs and so forth. In the context of Park and Rec, we are going through the budget. There's been even ideas thrown out that we might have to close a park because we don't have money. So I just really want to make sure that this gets put in the context. We're not going to replace one park in the city of Lompoc for this other park. It's an additional thing. If it is going to be run by a nonprofit, that's great. And if it's going to be operated by the nonprofit, that's great. We need to be shown that that would be the case before we can actually have any kind of approvals.
I agree with you completely. You know, they need to have a business plan. They need to be able to maintain their costs. They need to have an ongoing system. And the one in Santa Maria is operating on the Fair Park at the Elks grounds. And there is another one that we got quite a bit of information from a while back, operating up north. It's been operated by a committee again on city parkland for many, many years and has been an ongoing project. Councilmember Lingle.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick question. The remote control racetrack just east of town here, that was organized and formed by the nonprofit organization, wasn't it? Every Sunday, every weekend I go by, that seems to be quite successful. Now that must be in county property because it never came before us.
It's actually on private property, okay. And there were some issues with that type of facility that were not covered under the California Extreme Motorsports Law, and there was a question of some liability that could accrue to the city, and there was property available for a very low rent, and it just made more sense, and that's another committee of the same foundation. It made more sense to take that particular item out of town. And again, because that's primarily adults who travel there with their kids, the fact that it's not centrally located is not really very important. Where a BMX park, kids are going to ride their bikes over. So.
But this seems to be very successful. I mean, there's
yes,
huge crowds there. And are they, to the best of your knowledge, are they upholding their end of the agreement with the private property owner?
Yeah, they now have money in the bank and are moving forward to buying their timing system.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Councilmember Martner?
Talking about that project, I was told by a member of the planning department in the county that that was an open code violation and that it actually had to be shut down. It was in private property, but it did not have the permits. The electric motor.
Well, I believe looked like there was possibly in the property adjacent to that, it looked like they're going with some sort of maybe a BMX or something like that. They were grading for it, and that was shut down because there was no permitting. But the remote control racetrack, I mean, that's an ongoing operation. You go by, drive by there every weekend. They're very busy.
So is that behind it?
It is right off of the road leading into River Park.
But that's where also the grading was, though, isn't that?
Well, that was even further to the east of that.
Yeah, the grading issue had to do with a 3.5 acre pond that was being put in, and there was, within the county code, there's a rule that says, and I'm just telling you what I know, not that I'm an expert on this, that you can go 3 feet up and 3 feet down. But then there's another rule in the code that said, well, if you do this, and you have to do this. And so the county and the property owner went round and round and round, and at the end of the day, the property owner paid some additional fees, and my understanding is that that's now resolved, and I noticed he's back out there moving dirt for the lake again. So, yeah. Like everything else, there's rules that you got to follow. Okay, so I guess what I'm hearing is that the BMX committee has the conceptual approval to talk with the staff on this parcel and come back to the council with a more formal presentation at a date uncertain in the future. Okay. And now, on the Parks and Recreation side, landscape maintenance savings. And, oh, okay. And the question here is whether we want to, as a potential to save money, take a look at our landscape process. And when I wrote this, I wasn't as knowledgeable about city committees, so I would say that rather than creating a single-purpose committee to review this, that our Beautification Commission is in fact the correct location for this to be assigned. And the goal here would be to reduce our long-term maintenance costs for our plantings within the city, and this would basically be, again, to utilize our committees and say, hey, go look at this and come back to us with suggestions on how to cut costs. Councilmember Starbuck.
You know, I attend the Beautification Commission meetings, and they're already doing this.
Well, you can't beat that. We didn't even decide yet, and they're already working on it. So I guess
they're all arborists and landscapers now.
So I guess we should approve what they're already doing in concept. Is everybody comfortable with this? Bob, yes. Cecilia? Yeah. Okay. Okay. And Ashley? Okay. I like to see everybody's heads move up and down, then I feel good. Park maintenance. The city parks have numerous maintenance issues and a considerable list of repairs. It's difficult to keep up with the repairs, and to catch up, a private-public sector partnership would be helpful and has been used on many projects in the past. And this is again asking the City Commission to look out there in the world and see who they can find to work on these things. I will say that after writing this, I made a tour of every city park with my Parks Commissioner, and we just created a rough list that I think he's already taken to the Parks and Rec Commission to talk about some of the needs that are out there. And I think this is just a good way to get it done. Councilmember Lingle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question for our city attorney. Even though I'm in favor of this, with all of the recent news about unions, are we stepping on any union feet with a concept like this by taking over some of the parks maintenance?
I'd rather wait and see more detail on what it is that is being proposed. I mean, this is sort of a concept that is being proposed, and not knowing exactly what the suggestions are, it's hard to say.
Okay, so I guess we wait for a concept then. Okay.
Yeah, and I think probably knowing what I know now that I didn't know then, I would remove the word repairs and probably substitute the word refurbishing, because repair is an ongoing process that probably is an issue, and refurbishing is something you do to something periodically to bring it back to new from its long-term deterioration. And I think that's probably where the line in the sand is. So with the council's permission, I will substitute the word refurbish. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mayor Lynn. So I wanted to clarify, you said a public-private sector partnership. So we're saying have a list of things that need to be refurbished, and the hope is that these things are done through volunteer and donation?
Correct. The other day I was approached by a group from Lompoc High School, and one of them was interested in a senior project, or two of them I think, that had to do with, giving back, doing something for parks and wanting to organize something. And this would be the opportunity for something along that line. It would give some instruction to facilitate that as the staff deems appropriate.
Okay, so I think, and again, I'm always for getting citizens more involved, having volunteers more involved, and I definitely think that that's to our benefit. But I think the other thing that this list may do for us is allow us to see whether we have overstepped our services with what we provide in our budget. Because I think part of having a city function is establishing certain services and being able to pay for those services. And so hopefully what this list will also do is allow us to see if maybe there is one park that really is underserved as far as refurbishment goes, not for anybody's fault, just that there's not enough money. That will also help in making decisions on, as Councilmember Lingle suggested, well, didn't suggest, but to look into, was if in fact we had to close a park, which one that would do. So I think that this has multiple positives in it that way. I am a little concerned, like you said, of it taking away union work or anything like that, or if there's any liability involved with that, doing manual labor. But I think that getting volunteers involved is a great concept, of course.
And, you know, we do, as a matter of course, now have a number of facilities within our parks that are maintained by a group. And in some cases, it's the group that built it, the Kiwanis, the Rotary. They each have facilities they built and maintain. So it's not something that goes without precedent, but it's just looking in another direction. Councilmember Martner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess this list will be generated by the Beautification Commission, right? Okay. I'm sorry, Parks and Rec Commission. So they will have to go and tour all the parks and do all of this, and that's great. Another thing to throw out here that perhaps might help us with the labor unions, because if I know where Councilmember Lingle is coming from. When we had the youth corps group doing some volunteer work, there was a grievance that was filed by the union. So we will bump into those issues. I wonder if we can explore the idea that these groups adopt a park. That's got to be legal somehow. If a group can adopt, like there are groups that adopt a part of a highway and they clean it up and they maintain it. So can we start the concept of adopt the basketball court at Beatty Park, or adopt the barbecue pit at Ryan Park, or adopt the whatever? Got it? So adopt a park. Maybe that's the concept.
I think it's a great idea, and that's kind of how some of the facilities are now. Yeah, great.
I just wanted to toss out, on this little issue here, I'm actually kind of in one of these positions where somebody that's involved with the girls softball league in town has complained about the backstop conditions and said, hey, you've got a portable welder. Could you do something to help us? Of course. What do you say? Yes. So I mean, I'll be out welding backstops. So, there's lots of people willing to do things for these parks. Yep. I think it's a good idea. Okay, everybody good on that? I think the adopt, or maybe not adopt a whole park, but adopt the baseball field, or adopt the basketball court, or adopt what you feel passionately about. Absolutely. Okay, moving on to Riverbend Park. When this project was approved, you guys can all read. I don't need to read to you. I can read to you, Joe, if you want. You look like you wanted me to read. Okay, Councilmember Lingle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Isn't there an issue with the number of parking spaces? Isn't there an issue, again, with the floodplain?
No, not with regard to that. There was an issue with how the land was designated and how much grass was put in versus how much ground up, table mountain, black, I forget what it is.
Because I agree, you go by there on a weekend, I feel sorry for the residents over there. There's cars parked all over the property. So if we can increase the parking spaces somehow there, I'd be all in favor of that. It's very unfortunate that we have this beautiful park and significantly suppressed parking there.
There are some available solutions, and I think the best path would be to let the Parks and Rec Commission look at it and come back to us with a recommendation. Councilmember Starbuck.
I was going to just say the exact thing. I think that we should let the Parks and Rec Commission take a look at it and go ahead and try and fix it.
Okay. Councilmember Martner and Costa, are you good with that? Okay. Urban Forestry.
Can I
want to go to the bathroom?
No, I just wanted to throw in here that, amongst my munglings, that this is also being done by the Beautification Commission right now. the integration of various different types of trees with different lifespans into the blocks, so we don't have every tree die out at the same time, et cetera, et cetera. So they are already working on this.
I had a conversation with my commissioner, and it seemed like maybe a little more direct statement from the council might help with regard to this in terms of moving it forward in a little more timely manner in terms of reaching those tree swaps. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Costa. Or Council.
I'm the one with short
sorry.
hair.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, guy on the right.
Yeah, last commission meeting, your commissioner wasn't there. So I gotta say, this was talked about, but it probably would not hurt to have a little bit of council direction in that way.
Councilmember Martner.
You know, I think some of the commissions should work out this stuff. And I'm starting to get to the point in which I'm starting to think that we're starting to micromanage our commissions here, telling do this, do that, do that, do that. Let's give them a little leeway. If Councilmember Starbuck is saying they are looking at it, have them work it out, you know. You know, if they're looking at it, I mean, do they need, you know, Big Daddy here coming and say, well, I want you to do this? You know, it's like, let's work them. I mean, you know, they should be an independent body to some extent, I think.
Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my one concern with that, although I agree, I don't want to get into micromanaging here whatsoever, but that a common comment I receive from the public is that the commissions aren't getting a lot done. They feel like, you know, that they're good and that we want them to be productive, but that they can be more productive. And so I guess my hope would be, with a more direct statement, we're just allowing them to be more productive.
Councilmember Smith.
No, I forgot where I was even going to go with this right now. But let me tell you what also is coming into play with this is some of these trees have overgrown some of our street lights. And so I know that the urban forestry people are talking about certain trees that they want to replace in order to the street lighting is restored. And so there's a lot of issues going on with this particular thing right here.
Okay. Councilmember Lingle, you haven't said a word, and therefore you're it.
I believe, as Councilmember Starbuck indicated, that this process is ongoing right now. And at the budget meeting just, 2 weeks ago, Mr. Bean had indicated that a lot of the trees that were taking up sidewalks are being replaced with a better tree. I believe you said that, didn't you, Mr. Bean? Well, a tree that was not, you know, trees that were not taking up sidewalks. So I think the process is going on right now. We can individually talk to our commission members, but I don't think any action really has to be taken by the council on this, in my opinion.
Okay. So, Councilmember Smith, what was your decision? Because I lost track of it.
First, I'm going to change my name. And then, you know, like I say, I know that the, you know, Beautification Commission has been working on this, you know, trying to come up with a plan for redoing the Chinese elms and some of the other trees and, you know, mixing it up a little bit. So it's already, I know it's happening.
You have to pick yes or no.
I think that it wouldn't hurt if we said that it is something that the council has talked about. So I'll say yes.
Okay. So it's a yes. The next one, which is Gopher Holes in the Park. Thank you, City Administrator. You are the hero of the athletics of Lompoc. The Gopher Holes are no longer with us.
I don't think I was asked for my opinion.
Okay, I'm sorry. I concluded from your comment that you might not be in favor of it, but
right.
I hereby
Okay.
retract that. And what's your opinion?
I think we should leave it like it is.
Okay. So Gopher Holes in the Park are handled, and now we're on to movie night. Anybody want to chat about movie night? Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Marilyn. And I think that movie night in the park was a wonderful idea. I think that it is really well attended. I've heard some really wonderful things about it. But I guess I have two comments. Well, actually, a question and a comment, excuse me. When we're talking about considering expanding the program, My question would be, and I know it may not be able to be answered this evening, is why it hadn't been expanded already. Is that for cost reasons, or I'm also thinking weather, that there are only certain days where it's warm enough to do it in the evening at the time that they do it when it gets dark and very chilly?
Based on my experience, I don't think it's ever warm enough. I think it was there's no one here from Parks. I think it was kind of a start out, first time around program. And I put this in because somebody said to me, or a number of people said, hey, this is great. Why don't we do it more often? And I said, well, I don't know what it costs. And, you know, costs are always an issue. So what I was hoping with this is we would get some information back from Parks and Rec on what the cost is in it and see if there's a way to do it.
And again, I think that, oh, actually, City Administrator, can you please comment on, or maybe actually Councilmember Lingle or Martner, when Parks and Rec came up with this program, was this idea presented to council, or was this something that they were allowed to do within their own department?
I don't believe it ever came before City Council.
That's correct. We call it coming to council. It was just a new program that they, as Mayor said, kicked off last year, and it was very successful. And they did, I believe, 1 or 2 additional movies that were all successful.
So I have, thank you for that. So I guess I have a little bit of a conflict with us and all of the things that we have to deal with as council members, delving this deep into the department, you know, and actually looking at specific programs that aren't even needed, you know, that don't even need council approval to talk about. Now, again, I am voicing my support for that, but I believe it's up to the department whether they have the funds to continue it and expand it or not. Thank you.
The water pot's getting in the way. That's why I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Lingle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Or are you now Councilmember Jones, perhaps?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Costa that we should probably leave it up to the departments. However, here I'd like us to consider making a recommendation to them since they are so popular. And I'm assuming it is a budgetary issue that they're having with that they look at advertisers sponsor different business or a couple businesses sponsor the movie in the park. Plastered up on the screen or maybe on some signs along the way, we can advertise Bedford Motors or, you know, whatever we want to do, or Starbuck Muffler. Have some sponsors to cover the costs. I mean, we could possibly have 3, 4, 5 times the number of movies we have right now if we had sponsors taking care of it. So that's something we could recommend that the Parks and Recreation Commission look at.
My goal in this was to ask Parks and Rec Commission to look at it and see what the feasibility is, because I don't know anything about it. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My hope would be that the department would have done due diligence in looking for funding for this program, just as they do with every other program. However, we can always double check.
Yeah, we'll just ask him to come back to us with some brief information on.
Mr. Mayor,
sorry. City Administrator.
you referred to the Parks and Rec Commission, but on your slide you have Parks and Rec Department. And I would just recommend that you get a status report on, you know, what the issues are, what cost recommendation, or, you know, whether they're looking at expanding this year or not expanding. And you'll have that information.
Everybody good with Councilmember
From the
Martin?
department.
From the department.
Exactly, yes.
Well, shouldn't have this been in the budget update on that department? What was the cost allocation for this program? I mean, we just got updated. So it wasn't to that detail, I guess, right? Well, so is it in the budget? Question number one, is it in the budget?
This should be funded in a line item budget, and we did not address line item budgets at the workshop.
But at one point in time, you are addressing it, right? Because it's part of the general fund, so at one point in time, there's going to be a decision about this. It doesn't, I mean, I don't see why we have to take it out of the budget process. This is a budget issue, isn't it?
It is. It is,
So
and it's a programming issue for the department.
Right, but so at one point in time, the department, the administration, the city council approves this budget. And there is a line item there that says this. Do we want to address the line item now? I don't see
No.
why.
I don't recommend that. But however, if you would like information about this particular program, we can get an update to you.
Okay, that'll make me happy. We'll have a brief status report on the program along the lines of our process. Okay, RV park construction. And I'll give you a moment to read. Okay, and I offered a couple of solutions. I think Councilmember Starbuck got the first light that time.
Yeah, as much as I'm against government doing business, I understand the logic in the RV construction park, but I fortunately know also that we don't have the money to probably proceed on with this. I mean, we could possibly go ahead and do a drawing, but in the meantime, maybe we could build another BMX track there. I don't know. I just don't see the go-ahead on the RV construction right now happening.
Councilmember Costa?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to agree with Councilmember Starbuck that I just don't think we have the funds necessary to build the expansion on the RV park. And although I think it is a wonderful idea, and I do think that it would be utilized, I have a lot of people coming in to the wine industry who are actually staying there and have complaints that it is too small and things like that. I think it's a great idea. I just don't know if right now we can afford it.
Councilmember Lingle.
Here again, I'd like to get a status report on this because you're right, there's not money sitting around looking for something to spend. If this is, and I believe it will be a profitable proposition, I'd say let's get a status report, a pro forma on what we expect. If we are, I'm just going to throw out a number. I don't know what it's going to cost to build this park, but let's say it's $5 million. Yet there's I just threw out a number, okay? Let's say it's $5, okay? And we can see a 2, 3, 4 year payback on this. I think it's worth us considering making an investment. Again, we're looking at tourism, we're looking at economic development, and this would definitely tie right into our economic development if there really are that many people looking for RV spaces to come to town. So I'd like to see a status report and a pro forma on what it would cost and then how long it will take to pay it back.
I'm going to share one thing in the middle of this conversation, then I'll go to you, Councilmember Martner. I was speaking the other day with our new RV dealer here in town, and one of the things he identified as something that would be beneficial to his business was the construction of this RV facility, because he had heard about it somewhere along the line. And now, Councilmember Martner?
I'm in general not in agreement that the government should be doing business. So if somebody wants a status report and make this profitable and all of this kind of stuff, I think it also should be looked into, maybe be possibly looking for private potential investment. And that is that maybe the city leases the land to a private investment. And, that's another alternative. I just really have a lot of troubles. We have failed so miserably in making anything profitable, okay? And at this point in time, we try to stay neutral, and perhaps government should stay to the point in which it runs neutral. But to make a profit, leave it to the private sector. Maybe lease the land to the private sector. Study that possibility. Maybe the RV owner that just set shop in town, maybe he wants to expand and start another business, and that's rent some space. I mean, who knows? But, explore private options.
Councilmember Costa?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question and then a comment. The question is, the Flying Flags Park in Buellton is owned by whom?
Privately owned.
Okay, I think that that's definitely your answer with that. And then the other thing I want to mention, I don't really know if this has any bearing, but I would like to mention that out at Halama Beach, if they're full, they send people very often to River Park for RV. So I don't know if there can be some kind of relationship built there, but I would just like that to be on the record that we are getting overflow from a local park. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. And frankly, the reason I structured it this way was because it was originally planned as a city-operated facility to benefit River Park and make the park more self-sustaining. I agree with what Councilmember Martner said, and that was also expressed to me when I chatted with the folks over at the RV facility or the RV sales lot, that they thought there was a good possibility that someone would come in and develop the facility on a long-term lease basis with a revenue stream back to the city. And I would really be interested in looking at both directions. Number one, just in a general sense, how it would operate as a city facility, and then the option of being able to have a leasehold tenant. Councilmember Lingle?
I also agree with Councilmember Martner. But we start with the proposal, and that would be part of the update. The proposal is the option of leasing it out and having a private party go to it. But I think we need to at least start taking the first steps, because this will help generate our economic development and tourism in this area. So whether it's a private party, whether it's us, let's get it in the report and let's take a look at it. But I think we need to take this first step. We've had that property, and it's definitely been more than a year. I'd say it's probably, I think Mr. Schuyler was on the council when it was purchased, so it's probably 4 years ago, maybe long, yeah. So let's make use of that land.
Okay, so we'll take on option number one and ask the city administrator for a brief report, and within that we will talk about it as a city facility and as a lease facility. And I missed your light. Sorry. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you. I would just like to say in the staff report, I would request that if we are looking into leasing the land to a private enterprise, we also need to look at the effects on the city, either savings or costs. Now, it's sounding like because there are current city employees, or one in particular who is the park host, and then I'm assuming also park maintenance being used there, we'd have to look at so loss of job. I mean, just plain and simple, if we leased out the land, we would lose those two positions, or one position. That's what I just said, the one, but then also the cost savings. So a matter of how much savings you would get from that lost position, and also from any cost savings, because you wouldn't have the Parks Department actually maintaining the RV side of the park. Thanks.
Councilmember Martner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The concept of leasing land has come up twice tonight. Twice? Yes. The drag strip and now this RV park. And I think maybe before we continue in this route, we should really focus on, yes, maybe the city should start leasing land, and if so, what are the terms and conditions? And if so, to make it a policy and to make it general, so whoever applies for this and whoever is applied is the same thing, so we don't get in the issues that lease of land was with different terms and conditions and this and that and this one, and there is preferential treatment and so forth. So we're kind of getting into a big policy making thing here, which is leasing land, and how do we get money out of the leasing land? I mean, are we going to take a share of the profits? I'm very much for taking a share of the profits. Okay, the drag strip is one, and perhaps this RV, they should kind of be drafted they should have a common thing to them, right? Otherwise, we're going to be accused of being preferential to one project versus another project. So I would like to get more educated. I don't know if it is legal or whatever that comes into what is all in to leasing land about, and liability, sharing the profits, and I guess the impacts. Thank you.
City Attorney, in your experience in other cities, is there someone who has a baseline policy that they use in all of their lease negotiations, or are they more specific to the individual activity? I mean, we have policies in the administrative manual that govern many things, and I don't believe we have one in there that talks about how we view leasing. And we do have a number of leases on city property for a number of purposes now.
My experience is more on a case-by-case basis because of the nature of the business. But if the operation is the same operation, then there's some policy to cover how that's happening. But if it's oranges and apples, there isn't any policy to cover both the oranges and apples.
Okay. Councilmember Jones.
Policy decisions up front would be whether or not the city intends on trying to make some profit from that lease or not. I mean, that would be a good policy for the city to establish.
I think we are 100% in agreement on that issue for sure.
Not quite. We said this twice now, that we're interested in making a profit off of leasing land to someone. I'm a businessman coming to town, and the city agrees to lease me some land for a quarter-mile race track, or race strip, or an RV park. And, oh, by the way, I'm going to lease you this land, and I want a portion of the profits. I'll say, fine. Will you also absorb a portion of the losses that occur every year? And I don't know if the city's willing to incur a portion of losses. I mean, a businessman, many of you are business people. You go into profit, and you're investing your time, your talent, your resources for one reason, because you plan on making money. If we want to make money, if we think it's a good proposition, we want to make money on these things, we should go forward. We should open up the drag strip. We should put our money forward. We should open up the RV park. Why are we putting all of the responsibility on the businessman and the liability and the absorbing their money into possibly making money? If we want to do this, I say we put it in the contract that we will also absorb a portion of the losses, which I don't want to do. So not 100% in favor of the city only leasing land to make money. I'd say we lease the land if it's potential for improving our community, bringing in economic development, bringing in tourism, yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Starbuck.
On the other hand, we own the dirt, and that's what they want. And so that would be part of it. And then we're, like you say, apples and oranges here. We're talking about a nonprofit foundation, and we're talking about a business entity. So these are not compatible models to look at.
Councilmember Martner.
I guess the other consideration here is that, is it right to use public monies, which is what would be to lease the land to a private property owner, and that property owner makes a profit and keeps it? I mean, we're using tax dollars, and we're allowing one individual make a profit on tax dollars. Is that right?
Let me say one thing before we go all the way down this road, is that with anything like this, you would, particularly in the case of an RV park, you would put out a request for proposals to those who might be qualified to do it. So we wouldn't be offering it to one individual specifically, but it would be offered much in the way of that other contracts would be offered. It's a little different if you're dealing with a nonprofit. And now, Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that there's actually a happy medium as far as what Councilmember Lingle talked about. And I think that when we're talking about incentive packages, this to me right here is where that lies, where you say for the first 4 years or what first period of time, you are not paying a lease on this property, and therefore we're not having to absorb any of the losses. But after those X amount of years or time period, we believe that you should be well enough established and have a good enough, a good functioning business plan to then not incur those losses every year thereafter. And therefore, at that time, we take a portion of the, not a portion of the profit, but essentially a cost for leasing the property. So that to me is sort of a happy medium and a way to deal with that concern.
Councilmember Starbuck.
I just want to say, you know, one thing about it, Councilmember Marner, that right now it's not making anything. Taxpayer money sitting there doing absolutely nothing. So we're showing absolutely no return and nothing in the future for it. So as far as using taxpayer money for one person, if we can get some kind of a return on it, then it is a justification to, you know.
Councilmember Lingle?
Yeah, just for clarification, Councilmember Costa, I'm not saying that we would not charge a lease. I'm saying, yes, we definitely would charge a lease. That would be the city's return, the lease payment. And the lease payment could have escalation clauses in it over a period of time. But I'm opposed to saying that we're willing to not take any risk and put all the risk on the businessman coming to town, but we want to see some of the upside. And I just don't think that would be, if I'm a businessman, I'm going to say no. So, but we will generate revenue off the lease.
Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Lingle, for clarifying that, because I think that that is a large distinction there. And again, I think the incentive can go on by allowing, because we're not getting a return on it anyway, allowing the lease, you know, payment free for the first few years. But I think that's something we'll probably just be discussing in the future about incentive packages. But what I would like to know, which I don't know if we have here, is, you know, is there a precedent? Is there other cities doing this, and do they only take the lease payment, or do they take, you know, a portion or something of that nature? I'm curious.
I think I would say, based on the things that I have looked at, that there are probably more variations on the theme than we could imagine. I mean, there are some which are ground leases, there are some which are ground leases and facility leases, and they have various time periods, and then there are some which have a % of revenue above a certain point, and they're really, the ones that I've looked at are really kind of tailored, and I'm familiar with several locally with state parks, and they're all different. City Attorney, would you say that was a...
I also would say that it's a matter of timing and a matter of the importance to the community of what the service is being provided, because the community may be willing to not take anything except to get the service. Or it may be a matter of timing that, for example, many years ago, theaters were going into places and paying a lot of premiums. Then there was a time period where agencies had to pay the theaters to even come in because theaters weren't doing well. And now we're back into the rise of maybe theaters coming in and not having to be paid. So it's
cyclical, depending on a lot of factors. Councilmember Martner.
So going back to the RV park, it is in county land, right? So when we talk about developing it, what happens with the sales tax? I'm not clear. Because one way that the city gets the money back, revenue back, is through the sales tax of the rentals and so forth. But if it is in county land, is the city going to get anything? I mean, you know, I'm a little confused. You know, we own this land, we own it in the county. We are going to lease it, develop it, do this and that. We need to work out a lot of the details as far as taxes.
Okay. We could probably go on quite a bit longer on this, but
I was just going to clarify
okay.
that it's actually
Thank you, City Administrator.
It's the fee for the rental space that we would be getting, not the taxes.
Okay. Okay, so how about if we just leave this? I think the City Administrator has more than enough information from us to come back with some alternatives with regard to this. Are you comfortable with that, City Administrator?
Yes. Now, I am going to ask something of you all, and that is to prioritize during this next 4 months. We have all our staff dedicated to the budget, and you've asked a lot tonight. So I just want you to kind of keep that in mind and then give me some direction towards the end of the meeting.
And we want short agendas.
Yes, I was going to comment on this. All of this is going to come back to City Council. Do we have already like 2 years worth of, so by then, there's going to be different people up here, so maybe we need to stop. We already have filled up 2 years worth of City Council meetings with status reports.
I have 4 years. No, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my 2-year term here to be up, so.
I understand. I don't think any of us expect that the next 4 months, anything that we've talked about tonight, come before us, of course. This is all really as time permits.
If that's consensus, then that's the direction I'm going to take.
I think, well, let me say, and the things that we've assigned to the committees, we would expect those to go out to the committees so they can do what they're going to do. Okay, the Aquatic Center item, Well, the Aquatic Center, I was just going to say there are ongoing discussions with the YMCA with regard to that, and as far as I'm concerned, we can set this item aside for now.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, because Councilmember Martin had asked for a review of whether or not the assessment money that is being imposed somehow has restrictions that would not allow us to be able to enter into a contract with the YMCA. I looked at the materials today. There isn't a restriction that would allow us to, that would cause a problem.
Thank you for that. So unless anyone objects, we'll pass on that one and go forward, and I'll also skip the next one. And the next one with regard to the hike and bike trail is more philosophical question, and I will just let you read it and you can decide. And the concept for this was something David Grill spoke about during the election, and then a number of people talked to me about it later, and hence its location on the list. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question would be is if these Measure A and D funding already had an earmark for something else to improve bicycle and pedestrian areas, or if this is, if you're looking for a place to spend the money, and if this is a choice that we want to make for that, or if there's already something earmarked for that. And Mr. Dean, please.
There are currently some of these funds earmarked for various things by prior council decision, and the decision would be if this council wanted to add this to the list of things to be considered.
Can I have the department
Absolutely.
head comment on this, please? Thank you.
The future Measure A funds, we have it earmarked to spend on repairing sidewalks. It's going to be pretty tough to free money up for new bike trails from that funding source, but we continue to look for grants.
So it's just kind of a philosophical question. If this is something that the council would be interested in, and it should be music running in the background if an opportunity comes along, or it's not something we feel is important at this time. And I don't feel strongly either way. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that if the funds come available, the department should come up with a plan of what they think would be the next best project.
Next. Councilmember Starbuck.
I think it's a good idea whose time hasn't come yet.
Councilmember Lingle.
I think it's a good idea. The time has come. The money hasn't come. So I'd love to have this. I mean, when I first sat in the first meeting as a council member, and I believe it was when we were starting to look at the general plan, and my vision was to have paths connecting all of our city parks and around the entire community. It's just in these economic times, I think it's just unrealistic. If there's a grant available, if we can find a grant to do it and designate it to that, that's fine. But there's just, the funds are not there. I'd love to have it, but they're just not there right now.
Okay. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too agree that although I think this is a wonderful improvement to our community, I would hate to even say that I reserve any possible grants to this project, having not seen the purview of what other projects could be done with that money. So, I mean, I agree that in concept, this is a wonderful idea and something hopefully the community will be able to do in the future. Thank you.
Councilmember Martner.
What is it that we want? I mean, we want to tell somebody that we should build a bike path around, or I mean, I'm just kind of like, why are we even talking about this? I just don't get it, you know. So I have really no opinion, because there is no money. Yes, it's a good idea, but it has no consequence on anything, so.
Okay, doesn't seem like we want to go anywhere with that. So X gets the square. Park Pool Oversight Committee. The comment here was from a number of people who pay taxes in Lompoc on the park pool or the park. Yeah. They pay taxes for the pool assessment district, but because they do not live within the city limits, they are not able to serve on the committee, and we have in the past had some difficulty with people serving on the committee, and so the thought was to broaden it to those who have to pay. Councilmember Lingle.
Mr. Mayor, I believe the assessment is only assessed to property owners inside the city limits. So I don't know why we would expect input from people outside the city limits, other than the one exception is there's property owners that live outside the city limits. But it's really assessed, the fees for this pool is assessed on the properties here inside the city limits, and I believe that it should be controlled then by the residents of the community. So this is one I don't think we should get outside the city limits.
Next.
I agree with Councilmember Lingle. I mean, you know, distant property owners, you know, I'm sorry. They chose to be distant, and why should they have a say if they're not here? They're not members of the community. They don't participate. They just own a place. So I think it should stay within the city limits.
Councilmember Starbuck?
I'm going to say that I agree, but on the other hand, they pay the taxes.
You can't do that. You either have to say yes or no. There's no way out of this.
Leave it as it is.
Okay, that ends that discussion, and moving right on to the next one. Yep. You want to have a word in that?
Yes, really quickly. Mr. Mayor, you also in here, you said one member shall be appointed from the Parks and Recreation Commission. Did we want to vote on that or get a consensus on that separately? Or was that part of the entire thought process?
No, it actually wasn't even my thought process. It was somebody else's, but I think we can just leave well enough alone and go on if everybody's good with that.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a question on that, though.
Sure.
If you don't mind.
Go ahead. Can
an individual serve on two different, a committee and an oversight commission? I know we do not allow a person to serve on multiple committees. So can they serve on a commission and a committee?
This commission is somewhat, or the committee is somewhat unique in that although it is within the city, it is kind of an entity unto its own. And I think when I had this conversation, the answer was yes. Am I correct on my remembrance of that? No. He's shaking his head no.
No, I'm sorry.
No.
I don't know the answer to the question.
Okay. The answer is we don't know the answer. Okay, so can we let this go? Everybody, the answer is we don't know the answer. Moving right along. Yeah, I do, and I'll tell you why. One of the things that I learned for the education that the city paid for at the League of Cities was that many cities have an accounting and finance committee that provides services to their city, both in terms of oversight and assistance, and I think it's a valuable resource. So there's the philosophical statement. And shall we have one? That's the question. So let's kind of look at the first couple of slides on page 15, and that kind of addresses that.
Your mic was on.
I know. Okay, Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Starbuck, if you could also chime in on this. I don't remember, it's hard, gosh, it's only been a month or so, but it's tough for me to remember. I thought that it wasn't an accounting and finance committee, but it was an auditing committee.
Different cities used it in different ways. This was written prior to attending that, but yes.
Okay, so, and then the other question then comes into, they would be reviewing the budget, I'm assuming?
I think the comment there was that some did.
Okay, because my question with that then, of course, gets into the issue of personnel, which obviously tends to be the largest cost in most departments, and we wouldn't want, outside of closed session, these things to be discussed. And so that would sort of be my one concern. And I'm not sure how they caught around this in other cities, but just a question. Thanks.
I think different cities have used the tool different ways. Who was first? Councilmember Martner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is this committee going to review the audits? I mean, we have a finance department, we have a budget, and they get audited by an independent agency, and we pay money for that. So where does this committee play a role? Are they part of the audit? Do they support the audit system? Are they an independent, yet another body that is going to audit? I kind of don't understand where does it fit in to the picture. So we need some clarification on that.
Who's next? Councilmember Lingle.
Two things. First, addressing Councilmember Costa's concern. Our salaries are all public information anyway, so salaries by class description, you can go in and get that information right now. So I don't think that'd be a real issue. However, I'm going to go back to a comment I made earlier. Mr. Wilkie is here. I think we have a very strong finance department. Slim, I mean, in personnel, but very strong. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If I had some concerns about our finance committee, I'd say, you know what, we need to get someone in here to look over his shoulders. But I'm very comfortable right now with our finance department. And here again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I don't think we need it right now. Is that what you want me to say, Brad?
Yeah, I was just going to kind of toss in there. I mean, of all the departments, I know that finance is one that right now is very thin. With the budget workshops and the budget due in June, and I think that this is something we should put off and look at later down the road when, you know, we don't have to tie up so much of Mr. Wilkie's time with this.
Councilmember Martner?
I will go along with that. I think we need to leave it alone.
So done. City fees.
Are we talking about impact fees?
No, kind of everything but that, because those are regulated by a fairly long process of amending impact fees. This would be pretty much everything we charge for and amending our charges to reflect our new and improved costs. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't believe that the citizens should incur a higher cost because the city continues to spend when they shouldn't have.
And I would point out that CalPERS dumped this on us. We didn't choose it. Yeah.
But regardless, we're having to overcompensate, and I don't want to place that on the citizens when I think that there are other decisions that can be made to mitigate that impact.
Councilmember Martner.
You know, I don't think at this point in time we're in any situation to be raising city fees. Okay, not in this economic environment. I mean, we are just trying to go back and like we're going to take away the recycling fee, and here we want to go and turn around and increase the fee somewhere else. At the end of the day, it just doesn't make sense. I think as of now, right now, the public really cannot take a hit on anything, and we're just going to have to figure it out how to do it ourselves without incurring the cost elsewhere.
Councilmember Lingle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll be that third vote. But the departments do periodically come to us when they want to recommend a fee increase. We've recently had it with our utilities, our trash collection. So departments do keep their eye on those things, and they'll come to us when they feel a fee increase is necessary. But here again, I don't think the public is ready for any more fee increases at this point.
Works for me. City garage. Our current system is that, you know, Larry, go ahead and repeat how we currently do it.
I'll read the paragraph I read last Thursday. The fleet and maintenance operations cost information is collected and reported to the Finance Department on a quarterly basis. This information, in turn, is used to debit city divisions and departments in the next budget cycle accounts. And that is what you see when you look at a line item for a particular budget, say the police department. There's a flat $200,000 fee divided by 12 that's paid every month to replace the vehicles and pay for the maintenance. You're paying backwards, but it's not last month's bill, it's the last 2 years' bill leveled out. In essence, like you might have if you lived in the Midwest or the East and your gas bill is $300 in January and February, and you pay a level bill $100 a month throughout the summer. That's kind of how the budgeting is set up for our fleet. We do have a computerized system that tracks the labor on each of the vehicles, and on a quarterly basis you can see what was spent on outside labor, parts, fuels, tires for each and every vehicle. So I would say we are, in fact, doing what you're asking us to do here.
Thank you. And yes, you are. We are just 1 year out of sync, basically, for good reasons. Yeah. So realize that in the case of this item, it was created last November when I did not have access to that information. Works for me. Online utility payment. We did. What did we decide?
Brad, won't you be bringing back or looking into the cost for that? Or is that something that we had already had the established cost for?
The 40,000 that's mentioned in that slide is a little dated. The information we've gotten for this year's 11-13 budget is closer to 26,000, with about half of that the maintenance cost for the year. One thing I didn't mention at the budget workshop is one of the reasons I'm suggesting we do this is not just to allow people to pay online, but it will give us a second avenue to people to pay other than credit cards. And by doing that, it will give us some ability to manage our credit card payment costs through the bank. And that is a fairly substantial amount that we could save by having people utilize this online system, charge in their bank account rather than using credit cards to charge their utility bill.
But one of the things that got me kind of going in this direction was there was something else I looked at a long time ago, and they actually had reached 80% online payment, and I have no idea who was first. Anybody? Okay, we'll go right to left. Councilor Lingle.
I think we should move forward with this. Especially if it's only 50% of what we were looking at earlier. If we are able to save on long-term money or long-term expenses, make it easier for our finance department that is short-staffed, I think we should just go forward with it.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Wilkie, this per transaction fee, just a guess, we talked very briefly during the budget workshop. It was a couple of dollars to process a check, X amount. This would really substantially reduce the each transaction cost also, wouldn't it?
Well, this has an option that you can do a draft with your bank account rather than a credit card. And a bank draft is substantially more cost efficient for the banks to process than a credit card. So we would be able to recommend that to customers who do ongoing use of credit cards to reduce the cost. Because
right. I just throw a number at you. I think you said something like it was 23 cents for this transaction.
It's some
$2.
fraction of a dollar as compared to a 3 or 4% convenience fee that's charged on the credit cards, which just...
It's labor saving for you and it's cost effective for us and the taxpayers, right?
Correct.
You didn't say whether is that a yes? Okay. Councilmember Costa.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was already under the impression that this was something we were considering putting in for this department's budget. So,
unless there's any kind of real opposition, I'm actually looking at possibly trying to get it done with this year's money and utilize some cost savings we have this year.
great.
So it wouldn't even be part of the budget next year except for the ongoing maintenance.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Martiner.
Yeah, I did ask you these questions in the last time, and I don't think they were responded. One is, what are the licenses? And two was the training. And how much money are you going to spend on that?
The module that we're buying is part of our existing cash receipt system. So we already basically use it for credit card payments that are coming through here across the counter or for phone calls. So I don't think there'd be that much of a training issue. For outside customers, they would be able to see a web interface that would provide them with the information that they would need. And like I said earlier, my primary goal is to not really look to see if the volume will justify the cost of this purchase, but having this as an option to reduce our secondary costs, which we are incurring right now with credit card charges that we incur. So.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Martin, you're in favor of proceeding with this? Okay, and I am also. So, Consider that unanimous. And now our old friend, the construction development fees, AB 1600, and whether or not it's time to move back down that road again. And if we do, how do we want to do it? And we're not going to have an accounting and finance committee, so they can't be in charge of it, so now we have to go in a different direction for this.
Pick your favorite.
Councilmember Costa?
Because she has long hair.
Okay. We did right to left, so Councilmember Starbuck, alias Smith.
We discussed this during one of Mr. Wilkie's presentations before, and I thought that our consensus was that we did want to go ahead and reevaluate our impact fees from 2003.
Councilmember Lingle.
I agree. I think we need to reevaluate them, but here again, I think we should do it after the budget cycle.
Yes.
Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a perfect example of things changing and us needing to change with these changing things. And so it seems that we need to change our impact fee structure. And so I also agree it should be looked into after the budget.
Councilmember Martiner. I agree, and so it shall be. And I have noted after budget. This one's kind of a mute issue because we don't have the committee in question to deal with it, so I think we're probably just done with that. And now for Wi-Fi. Councilmember Lingle.
Mr. Mayor, I think this was done during the budget cycle by Mr. Stassi, yes. I believe he did give us a pretty thorough update as to the uses for the Wi-Fi, potential uses, and I believe it is still slightly in the red, if I recall. If he did, he may have told me that individually or during the meeting, but it's near break even right now. And if you look at the uses, the additional uses that we have for it, I would not be in favor of dumping Wi-Fi at this point, if that's what you're looking at a presentation for.
No.
But I believe I had an update at the budget meeting. I don't think we need another one.
Okay. Everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, but I have a comment.
Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the items that I asked to be added to my slides that were not is something to do with Wi-Fi, and so that's why I figured right now would be a good time to bring that up. One of the complaints that I hear from patrons is that Wi-Fi is not free within City Hall, and so I was wondering, because as it is it free in City Hall?
Lobby, I believe it is open.
In the lobby, it's an open Wi-Fi network? Is it here in council chambers?
I can't say. I just know that the sign out in the lobby says it's available in the lobby.
Yeah.
Sure, real time. But what I wanted to bring up was the idea that Lompoc actually was in an article, and I'm not sure if it was in CPA, but it was about, there was a think tank that did an article about wireless networks and how cities and municipalities are getting involved with that. And Lompoc was actually one of the few cities discussed, which is really exciting because we are setting the bar as far as Wi-Fi networks go. Now, actually, what other cities are doing is doing free Wi-Fi hotspots. So I was wondering if it would be, I know that it's not necessarily bringing in more revenue, but I'm not sure if it would be any more of a cost, and it could be added on to the services that we provide, which are free Wi-Fi hotspots in certain areas of town, definitely all over City Hall, or maybe in this plaza area, And maybe, you know, we can choose like one park or something, or library, or one area where you could have free city Wi-Fi if you don't already.
Councilmember Martner and her new...
I do have a Lompoc Net City Hall.
Right, but is it
access.
open?
It is open.
Can you text me?
Can you connect to it? That's the big question.
Can you check
Well,
my
I have
face?
to-
In one bar.
Can you check my Facebook account for me?
Are you?
I'm not taking any more requests, okay?
Okay.
But just that was sort of what I wanted to add on, if it was okay, to look into the idea of making sure that Wi-Fi is accessible throughout City Hall, and it's also if there's a possibility of doing hotspots, unless you guys are against that idea, which is fine as well.
Mr. Mayor?
Well, I have Google, okay?
All right. We're live.
I think it's on the Wi-Fi.
Councilmember Lingle.
Mr. Mayor, I think having hotspots throughout the community would be a good idea, especially if we want to promote certain areas of our town. In other words, say the Old Town area, if we are really looking at developing the Old Town area, open up some of the, you know, for Sissy's, you know, the areas down by Sissy's or the Southside Cafe, Divine Wine, you know, in that area, draw people to the downtown area, let them spend some time. So I think it's a great idea. So.
Councilmember Martner, your light's on. I just want to make sure I don't miss you. Okay. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Lingle, because I think that that was the exact point that when you want to bring everybody to an area, and that's where you do it. Now, I do think that, again, cost, the idea of maybe possible loss of revenue needs to be included if we really truly think that an individual may decide not to purchase Lompoc Net Wi-Fi and just simply only go to the free hotspots. We definitely need to take that into consideration. And of course, if the loss of revenue is too high, then it's not something we want to do. But I'm saying it definitely is a service that you can add to your list of services to citizens, and I think it's a good idea.
I think it would be a really good idea if our two Wi-Fi specialists who sit to my left could kind of look at that and maybe just come back to us with a little brief report on some thoughts. Would you two ladies be willing to do that for us?
Yeah, and I'm sorry to say that the Lompoc Net is not working. Yeah, it's not working. So...
We cast the net and we missed the fish.
Is there a delay on this broadcast? Can we get a...
Excuse me, what was the question again? I apologize.
No, I just asked if maybe the two of you who are our Wi-Fi folks would maybe sit down together and talk to the staff and then come back with a recommendation regarding hotspots for the council.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Everyone good with that? Okay. So you are hereby ad hoc'd. Councilmember Starbuck has offered to substitute for either one of you. Who wants to get even with the other one? All right. Excuse me just a second while I make notes. Okay, solar energy. I can tell you that mine did work in the lobby when I had it down here, and I couldn't figure out why it was doing what it was doing. Okay, solar energy. Okay, I'm going to take the first bite at the apple on this issue. I feel very strongly that solar is a wonderful asset for Lompoc in the future, especially since the fog left us. And wherever it went, I hope it's happy there. But my one concern is what that impact will be on our the ability to operate city utilities. And in talking with our utilities director in the past, I guess we'd never really looked at what would happen if we went all out on solar. And so before I recommended to this council that we go all out and try to become a solar community, I thought it was important that we looked at how that would be done, what the downside is. One of the things that was recommended was that we adopt a connection fee throughout the electric department and then reduce the actual consumption cost per kilowatt based on that connection fee, so that it's kind of a net neutral thing. And one of the other things that they talked about with solar is, and it can actually end up where we have to write somebody a check, and what's the impact of that. And there were way too many impacts for me to understand, but I'm sure other people have gone down this road and have a good understanding of it, and I would like to know so that we can figure out how far down the road we could go, because I'd like to go further. Council Member Lingle.
Well, Mr. Mayor, as a solar user and a person that puts in low flow shower heads and faucets and and it reduces my trash to be picked up. If a can isn't full, I don't put it out to the road.
Good job.
All of this because I'm told by our city that we should be conserving. We should not be using as much water as we use. We should not be using as much electricity. We should not be. We should try not to put out our trash cans if they're not full. Oh, and by the way, if you conserve, we're not making enough revenue, so we're going to increase your rates. It doesn't fly with me. I mean, on one side we're telling them to conserve, and the other side we're telling them we're going to have to jack up the rates because you're conserving too much. I think this is way ahead of our time right now. I mean, let's have a problem before. Not that we shouldn't look forward, anticipate this, but I don't think we're anywhere near trying to increase or get some revenue for solar users at this point. I think you're going to discourage people from going solar, which right now we're trying to encourage them to do it. So I'd be adamantly against going with something like this.
Actually, I think there must be some misunderstanding, because my goal was to make it easier and just make sure we didn't lose money in the process. So if that's not clear, I want to tell you that wasn't the intent.
Okay, that's not what I got out of it then. I thought you...
Okay, good. No, the goal was to figure out how to make it easy but not lose money in the process, being a good steward of the public funds. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to say that in conversations with Utilities Director Ron Stassi, I've been told that you actually can produce solar energy even during the fog, just so you know. So really, and of course, somebody who is personally, I laugh because it's sort of this new transformation, but you really have to realize your impact. And so I think alternative energies is really the way of the future. It's really how cities can promote themselves as being green, which we've done a good job of historically. I don't necessarily think that it's something we want to go gung-ho on, but I think that change the word solar and to alternative, and look at have the commission look at alternative energies would be a great step in the right direction. I'm excited about that, actually. I would hope that we could at least take that first step and look towards the future.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, I'm going to concur with Councilmember Costa on that alternative energies, because I'm going to put a giant wind turbine in my backyard to block Cecilia's view of Lompoc. But I think that this is something that should certainly go to the Utility Commission, because I know there's a lot of expertise there.
You know, I was at Councilmember Martiner's home this afternoon, and we observed the amount of firewood you had stacked up and assumed that you were putting in a wood-burning generator.
Tell me there wasn't young men stacking it.
Councilmember Martiner.
Well, I guess there is a disconnect here. Councilmember Lingle brought up an issue, which was the fee, the potential fee that we would add on to solar energy customers. There is this alternative, there is this other parallel conversation regarding should we do it in all alternative energies. Right now, we do have one program, which is solar energy. I think we need to encourage our customers to use solar energies by putting another fee onto it is going to discourage them. Also, I think there is, how many solar customers do we really have in the city anyway? So you know, it's, you know, I think at this point in time, this is way in the future, as Councilmember Lingle says. We could add the alternative energy part of it, of course, that just to make it more complete. But really, what we're trying to discuss here is the fee.
No, actually, let me back up. Okay, my goal in life when I started this was to figure out how we could put solar energy on enough roofs in town so that when the sun shone, we didn't buy electricity somewhere else. And then that got my bubble got broken because then someone said, well, if you do that, your city will go broke because you have to maintain the cost of your utility grid, because when the sun doesn't shine, your utility grid still has to provide solar energy. And so my goal is to put more solar units on the houses, and all I want to know is how we're going to do it and make sure we don't go broke in the process. So if you take away what I wrote, because that obviously didn't work out, and think about what I'm saying, and if you're in favor of that, that's really all I'm trying to get to. And who is next? Councilmember Starbuck.
Didn't the council in October, I'm thinking, approve a plan to go ahead and move on with the solar panel for Lompoc for during the day?
That's up by the flagpole.
Yes.
And the next step was going to be at the airport, and that's become an unresolvable issue, and there's now an alternate. Maybe, Larry, if you could address that, please.
Well, it's not a big thing. I mean, you know, we are promoting it. I think that this should go to a utility commission. That's absolutely right in their alley.
Okay, and that's all I want to do in life. Is everybody good with our objective of increasing solar and having the utility commission look at it and make sure we don't go broke being good? Councilmember Lingle.
As long as they don't increase my fees.
I particularly want to be sure that we are collecting enough money from Councilmember Lingle. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I would somewhat like to retract my previous statement of saying it's the way of the future. It's actually really the way of right now. The county housing for low income here in town are actually putting solar panels on all of their units on Apricot. And so I think that there are entities that are transitioning, and I do think it's the way of right now. But I would like to mention that I know Utilities Director Ron Stassi has been very diligent in making sure that we are diversifying where we get our energy sources from. So I really think that that's where this comes in, is this is essentially direction for, I mean, we could have the commission look at it, but it's going to be us saying we are prioritizing the idea of alternative energies, and so for this department. And so that means that although he has done well at diversifying what we purchase for our power, that we would want him then to increase the percentage of alternative energies and decrease the percentage of electricity, which I think he actually is currently already doing. So I think that, you know, I think our thought process is good, and I think that if the commission looks at this, I think that can only bring out positive results. But I would like to say that I know that Director Stassi has been very diligent in that work already.
Councilmember Martiner.
Well, I would like to add on that it's not just Stassi, it's NCPA. I mean, okay, remember where NCPA, where the Northern California Power Agency, they are really managing all of this stuff. So it's kind of like there is this much bigger, complex, and very skilled management system that is dealing with this, and that's NCPA.
Councilmember Costa.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, so I think at this point, it's really, is this a priority for us to look at as a city? I mean, I think that I don't want to go any deeper than that. You know, that's kind of for me what the decision really, where it lies.
Okay, so my goal in life, as I started out with this, is to find a way to increase the number of solar panels on roofs in Lompoc and not go broke in the process. And that's my recommendation for the alternative energy, so that Dirk can have his windmill, and big for the Utility Commission to review and make a recommendation. And is everyone comfortable with that? So comfortable with what I said, not with what I wrote. Yes, what I said. And City Administrator, I trust you have the sense of that. Okay. Utility Commission. And this is just my simple fix of a way to avoid a past problem. Councilmember Lingle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a good idea. A 6-month review of each utility department. Mayor Szyminski, when we were doing the last budget, he wisely asked that the Finance Department come back to us with 6-month updates, and we did that, and I believe that is one of the reasons we stayed on budget during the last time. We had the information in a timely manner, and this way, before we let utility rates get out of hand, that we have to increase like we did this past year, utility rates by 30-some%. We let it go way too long before we adjusted them. So let's keep our fingers on the pulse as it goes along. So a 6-month review, just let us know where we are. I think it's a good idea.
Councilmember Starbuck.
I agree.
Councilmember Costa.
Why was it previously just a periodic review?
I have no idea.
And why the language was written that way?
I don't know. I copied it out of a book. All good with it? I generally vote at the end. I would vote for this, but yeah. Okay. Yes, sir.
Just one follow-up on this. Over the last couple of months, my staff has been taking it upon themselves to develop some metrics that go to the Utility Commission, and we're taking care of one a month, basically. So we started with Wi-Fi and gave them some information, I believe, at the last meeting, and went on to, I don't remember the other utility we did most recently, but we're starting to provide them, maybe not necessarily any kind of recommendation of any changes, but at least getting them the information of what we've done through June of 2010 to give them a feel for what's going on with the utilities. And the idea is to do this in a cycle with the 4 utilities that are reviewed by the Utility Commission.
Thank you. We've talked about landfill fees a bit. Are we all good with where we're at on that? Okay. And sidewalks, the Public Works Director has addressed. And now we're down to transit buses. And since this was written, SBCAG determined as part of its review, as part of its audit by a new auditor, that when we had thought we were in compliance in the past, we were not in compliance in the past, and we have now been given 2 years to get into the 20% range, and the staff is currently working on that, and I would expect them to come back to us in the very near future with something regarding that. Yes, Mr. Bean? I believe that's where you're going?
Yes, we have a consultant working on our short-range transit plan, and he's doing the studies that you're asking for here. We hope to be back before June so that any route changes and fee increases can be approved.
Okey doke. Any questions on any of these items, any member of the council? And now we find ourselves at the end of the list, and are there any other items that a council member would like to introduce with regard to this workshop? Councilmember Martiner? No? Councilmember Costa?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to present the idea of looking into something that I've taken a lot of thought to and also spoken to quite a few community members in regards to, and I'm assuming that this would be the correct place to do that, and I think that work with city attorney would definitely be needed for this, and that's the idea of term limits. Term limits.
I second that.
I don't have any problem with it either. Well, no. I believe we should all discuss it.
I have no problem with it. Looking at term limits for mayor, council members, yeah, I have no problem with it.
So we're directing the attorney to give us some status report of what term limits are, or are we deciding here? Should we have term limits, and if so, what should they be?
I think we're looking for a report.
I don't know. You may.
I don't have the adequate information to make a suggestion on what term limits should be at this time. So information in regards to probably what precedents that have been set in other cities and what's a healthy term limit. We all know the reasons we have term limits, so I don't really know if we even need to delve into that. But I definitely think it's an issue, and it's something I need more information in regards to how to change that. And I was assuming that it would be a legal issue, so I deferred it that way. But if you don't believe it is, if it's a policy set by council at our discretion.
Yes.
It is.
And typically it's 2 terms, 2 4-year terms, and that is a typical approach. One option is if someone served 2 terms and 2 years goes by, they could run again.
Right.
Some, they can't run ever again.
I know it's also if you alternate seats. So if I'm on council for those 2 consecutive terms, I can run for mayor, and then because it's a different seat, I can actually run for council again, and that's how other cities have done it. I know that there's so many different variations. So then, and again, this, we're in the budget process, and we have some time to talk about this. But I guess then it would be. Do you think that it should be staff that comes back with some background information on that, or is that something that?
I have a thought I would share.
Okay, please do.
I think it might be nice if our city attorney came back with some alternatives that are typically used in cities that he maybe has experience with, and then we could take a look at that list of alternatives and decide which ones seem to fit our circumstances the best. And I agree. I think it's a good idea. So I think we have a 5-0 on that. And Councilmember Martiner, would you have something you'd like to say?
Yeah, I would like to say that, a city attorney report with sort of some examples and perhaps a little bit of statistics of what other cities are doing, just, maybe out of the California city leagues, and then just agendize it, and then the council makes a decision.
Just as perhaps a little more time to read on it, since it's going to be quite a decision. Is that something you could provide to us as a memo for some consideration, so we had a little time to think about it and we just didn't have it set here in front of us at a meeting?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. I'd feel better about that, to have a little more time to look and read, and then in a short period of time thereafter we would bring it to a meeting.
Okay, well, but yeah, but when would that be brought up to a meeting? Would that mean that we would have to make a motion and get 3 council members to approve it and all of that? Or is it just automatically going to go into the agenda now, given the time when this memo comes in and then it gets agendized? Is it being agendized right now? That's my question. To an uncertain future date.
That is my request.
I believe.
Yes, your
I believe
request
it's
is to
agendized
agendize
to
it. An uncertain
an uncertain
date.
future date.
And we will receive the memo before that
Okay,
uncertain date.
so I would second that.
Before or after the budget?
After.
They said in harmony. Everybody good with that? Okay. Anyone have any? I'm sorry, Councilmember Costa, is that your only additional? Okay, Councilmember Lingle.
I move for adjournment.
No, not yet. We still have a couple things to do. Councilmember Starbuck.
I'm with Councilmember Lingle.
No, you're not with anybody unless you let me see your agenda a second. Yeah, you're the one that's supposed to be watching me, remember?
That's right.
Okay, and now we have written communications. Do we have any written communications for the council? Okay, we have oral communication.
Mr. Mayor.
Yep, sorry.
Written communication from Judy in the control room, and she says that she is connected to Lompoc Net in the control room.
I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work on pink devices. I have no idea. It worked on a brown device. That's all I know. Oral communications. I recognize Mr. Schuyler.
You have 2 minutes. I have 2 subjects, so I have 4 minutes.
You know, Mr. Schuyler, we're well ahead of schedule, and I believe we could
Okay,
grant you that
first
request.
one, I was kind of amazed when the city discussed leases like it was something you'd never heard of before. Most of the hangars out at the airport are on leases. The airport itself is on a lease. The city parking lots are on a lease. The community garden and the drought-resistant garden are all leases. So it's not new ground. City leases land for quite a number of years. I heard a council member talk about profiting off of the city shouldn't profit. I was spent 12 years on the council here. I know what we profit off the electricity. So the city does make a profit off of us. So saying that we don't and they shouldn't, I don't think that holds a lot of water with me. The other item is the RV park, and I was a proponent of the RV park, actually. When that property became available, I lobbied real hard to get the city to buy it. Lompoc has 3 trailer parks, but what we've done is they have now become our low-income housing units. They have trailers in there, and they don't move out and move in like a trailer park's supposed to. So there's no place for some visitor to come to town to stay in a RV other than River Park. So now we have mobile home parks. That's a different deal. The axles are out of those. Those are put on the ground. So the trailer park. So there is no trailer park to park your RV in Lompoc if you took out River Park. I suggest you check with the city of Modesto. When I go by South I Street and I see the sign, no overnight parking, I do a slow boil every time I see that. Because next to a major motel in Modesto is a city parking lot, and it's set up to park RVs, trucks, and buses. And the city has it. They have a contractor that has it's a self-monitoring thing. You buy a fee every day, and it's all in parking spaces. And there's white spaces that are set up for a car, and those are $5 a day. Then there's ones that's for car places. They've got a little blue arrow on the outside of them. And if you put your RV on there, which I do, I pay $20 a day because I have 4 of the spaces. Then on the side, there's a great big one that's got red on it, and that's for an 18-wheeler or a very, very large unit. And the reason we need a RV parking unit is a lot of people are buying the larger units now, and they're towing trailers or cars, and I don't think anybody up here has an RV big enough. But you don't back those up, and you don't turn them on a dime, and they will not fit in River Park as it's set up now. So what I'd hoped is, or I'd planned, is to have 20 or 22 spaces on that new property that where you could pull in, park, stay a day or 2 or a night, and then pull on out without unhooking anything, without backing up or anything like that. And I think it will fly. You talked about Buellton. Buellton can't take some of the bigger rigs that are out there now. They can't take them either. So, if we get somebody come to town, brings their RV, there would be a place for them. And I ran into a situation one time. A trucker came to town, and he was looking at a motel down on 3rd Street. And he had a reefer unit. And the motel guy said, well, you can park and stay here, but you're not going to leave that reefer running. He said, I have to. And I was just there trying to get a motel for somebody else on another matter. And I overheard him, and I called every place I could think of in Lompoc where this guy could park that truck and leave it where it would be safe and leave the reefer running. And there wasn't. So this might be a possibility for that. And I found out later it was the opening load for Red Lobster in Santa Maria. He had $2.5 million worth of seafood in that truck. And he came to Lompoc to stay, and we sent him to Santa Maria. He slept in his truck because there wasn't a place for him. I think we need to remedy that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schuyler. And if you have one again on Laurel Avenue, a bit east of my house, you can definitely park reefers there because there's one there every Friday and Saturday night. Any other? Yeah, that is an issue. Well, it is if I see anybody messing with it. Anyone else for oral communications? I think we should ask our fire chief to come down and speak because he sat there all night and hasn't said a word. He has not been called up for any staff comment. Come on, chief. Okay, and now we have Council Redevelopment Agency requests, comments, and meeting reports. And I have a question for the city attorney. Since this is a workshop, do we technically have to give our meeting reports for the past week, or can we hold them in abeyance to the council meeting?
You can hold them in abeyance.
Okay, so no one has to give a report unless they want to. I hereby close my book. Is there anyone who needs to give a report? Okay, seeing no one, we will be adjourned to the Council Redevelopment Agency at the regular council meeting at 7 p.m. on March 1st, 2011. Thank you, everyone. I don't think so at this moment. The budget's going to be the next one, so yeah.